It's 6:32. I'm calling the City Council meeting into order for Tuesday, December 12, 2023 at 6:32 p.m. And I'm going to ask invocation to be done by Councilmember Tucker and Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember McLendon.
Can we bow our heads? Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us this time to come together and work on the issues that confront our town. Give us guidance and wisdom. Let this be a time that we can come together and work in unison to, again, solve some of the problems that are confronting us. And let this always be in your will. We pray this in Christ's name. Amen.
Before I begin, I just want to extend my apology. We did not have a quorum at 6 o'clock. I actually had a family concern, so Mayor Short was also unable to attend, and he had to relate to work, so he got called in. So you didn't miss anything. I am going to go ahead and start by saying that we do have rules of decorum in effect. So far we've been having great conversations, and everybody's been quite respectful. So let's start with our first item, which is going to be a proclamation. Mr. Jim Parks, would you please come up? This is a proclamation for Mr. James and Jim Parks. Whereas James and Jim Parks began his tenure with North Texas Missile Water District on January 29, 1979, and served the North Texas Missile Water District continuously until his retirement on April 30th, 2014. And whereas Jim Parks became Executive Director, General Manager of the North Texas Missile Water District, and was responsible for all aspects of the management, planning, operation, and maintenance of North Texas Missile Water District's water, wastewater, and solid waste system since May 1998, and has worked closely with the member cities, customers, and other constituents to ensure that new facilities and resources are strategically placed into service as the service areas continues to expand. And whereas throughout his 35 years of service with the North Texas Missile Water District, Jim Parks has been instrumental in developing, maintaining, and executing long-range plans in the water, wastewater, and solid waste systems, resulting in millions of dollars of operating efficiencies for the benefit of the ratepayers of the North Texas Missile Water District. Whereas critical to the operation of the North Texas Missile Water District, Jim Parks provided significant contribution to the development of new water supplies to meet the region's project long-term demand. And whereas Jim Parks has been instrumental in promoting the state's water conservation program, Jim Parks' public service is commended for being a visionary leader in the water industry, water planning, and water reuse, all while balancing the environmental water needs at a local, regional, and statewide level. And whereas he has also served on the State of Texas Regional Water Planning Group for 14 years, now therefore I, Adrian Balcom, Mayor Pro Tem of McLendon-Chisholm, recognize James M. Parks for his distinguished service of 14 years as chairman of the North Texas Missile Water District, and witness thereof, whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of McLendon-Chisholm, Texas, to be affixed the 12th day of December 2020. And just one more call out, is there anybody else that wanted to say anything for citizen comments? If so, just raise your hand real quick and you can get a sign up real quick. Anybody else? Only once, twice? Okay, good. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go citizen comments. First one up, Mr. Brent Cornish. Last? Okay. Okay, next up, Mr. James Adcox, the second.
Well, thank you. Good evening. This is our third time here protesting and asking you not to vote for the mini storage unit in our neighborhood. So my family's invested pretty heavy in this community. I also own that corner that is on the exact corner of Lee and 205. This project will definitely affect my property there. Excuse me. I want to tell you that I come from a background of farmers, and it's in my blood, but I've also ran 3 $700 million companies. I've raised over $200,000 for our community in El Paso, Texas, when I was the president of Trans Mountain Optimist Club. So, and I've helped develop a couple developments here locally. So I don't come to you as just a resident, but as somebody who wants this community to thrive. I just don't think that the mini storage unit belongs here. It doesn't go with any comprehensive planning I've ever read. The plan is very, very clear, but yet we're here for the third time. So I just urge you to take care of our residents and vote no. We don't need a mini storage unit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Robert Knuth.
I'm Rob Knuth. I live on Chelsea Court here in McLendon-Chisholm, and I was here the last time we talked about 7.2, and I had some comments on it. I've lived here about 10 years, and I have coached probably 30 different youth sports teams, boys and girls, pretty much every sport that they play here in Texas. And one common problem that they all have is an extreme lack of practice space. Whether it's basketball, soccer, volleyball, local fields are absolutely essential, and it's something that we don't have in McLendon-Chisholm at all, in Rockwall County in near enough capacity. I've spent a ton of time carpooling and driving back and forth to Plano to practices, and it's not necessary. There's a plan on the table that allows for building of a bunch of really, really great practice facilities here in town that complies with the long-term plan, with the Dark Skies initiative, with all of that. And it pays for itself with kind of a pre-lease letter from Solar Soccer Club, which some of y'all may not know what that is, but both of my kids played soccer. And a quick internet search will tell you they have about 125,000 players in Texas that plays for that club. It's not a little bitty club. So when they commit to spending, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars to rent the fields over a period of time, that's not a joke. It's something they do, and something that they need more of, more field space. My son plays at the high school here in town. There's probably 30 kids on there that play for that club, so there's plenty of people, or plenty of need for that here. The tax revenue that they talked about in their presentation was roughly 10 times the size of other residential developments. There's people here. We need that tax money. We need that to pay for our services, for everything that all of our residents need. I don't have a lot more, just to go over it. It complies with the comprehensive plan for the city of McLendon-Chisholm. It provides the very first park, fields, and public space in McLendon-Chisholm. It pays for its own self in maintenance, just with field rentals that, again, are already pre-negotiated. It increases tax revenue. And it's planned to be administered by some members of our community who've built probably half the standing structures in this town and have a vested interest in it coming out really nice and following the plan exactly. Now, I mean, if you already live here, then you already love the stuff they've done. It'd be silly not to let them build this facility here in our town. It's going to benefit the whole community. Not my kids. My kids are too old for that, so I'm not speaking from a personal perspective. You know, it won't be done by the time my kids are in college and gone. But every family person here in town would love some more fields. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Crystal Shackley. Sure. Thank you. Judy Moss.
My name is Judy Moss. I live at 525 League Road. I've lived there for 30 years. I live on agricultural land. That's League Road. We're agricultural, basically. I'm opposed to the zoning change on League Road for a number of reasons. That plaque right up there was put there in memory of my husband. He sat where you sit. He was on the city council. In fact, he placed his hand on the Bible and he took an oath to represent and to protect the interests of the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. I'm sure you did the same, and now's your chance to do it. Now, I'm trying to understand. Why would you even consider having something as distasteful as a mini warehouse built at the entrance to our neighborhood or at the entrance to your neighborhood? In fact, there's no reason for that warehouse to be anywhere in McLendon-Chisholm, except I understand you know a lot of people who want a mini warehouse, and they want it somewhere else, not in their neighborhood, somewhere where they can bring it. Read the wording of the request carefully. It's an attempt to expand commercial property into a residential area, and it is completely unacceptable. If you approve this, you will be setting a precedent for more unwanted businesses to enter our community. More requests for commercial property located inside other communities will follow, not just us. We are just the first. Other outside people will know that the values of McLendon-Chisholm are low, and this is your chance to prove them wrong. If you allow this to pass, you will be contributing to the destruction of our city values. It will only be the start. It'll be that small hole in the dike, and you know what happens? Before long, that dike crumbles because it just keeps leaking. I'm trying to understand. If you heard us quote from the comprehensive plan, we wanted you to be reminded of what the residents want, not just what we want. I'm sure the citizens who devoted hours and hours on the wording of that plan wanted the desires of the people of McLendon-Chisholm to be respected. And some of these people are here in this room tonight. We know the plan isn't law, but it's a guide to help you make decisions that protect the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. Don't ignore it. Don't make a decision that will impact our community for decades without very careful consideration. Don't vote on personalities or because of who you like or don't like. Vote on what is best for our community. And for goodness sake, don't vote for the money. Here's the answer to the money. Desirable businesses should be encouraged to locate in McLendon-Chisholm in order to bring in the needed revenue for the city's tax base. Would you be proud to show a mini warehouse as one of those desirable businesses when you're promoting our city? I don't think so. I wouldn't see it on a brochure. It can't even be hidden behind a wall or shrubs or trees, but we will see it every single day. I'm trying to understand. Why would you consider this rezoning change request since there is such strong opposition? Have you read the request carefully? Does Mr. Webb really want just one 5-acre mini warehouse parcel, or does he want the ability to expand the commercial property into all 20 acres? We don't know. I heard only a few questions about his request. How many units? What does the front look like? Is there going to be a wall around it? Not a lot of in-depth questions. Now's your chance to be smart, not greedy, to come together as one body, to make a decision that represents the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm. Do not allow personal biases with each other come between you and your decision to do what is right for McLendon-Chisholm. Now is your chance to prove you will put residents over revenue. Along with what Mr. Webb is promising you as income from his warehouse comes your ability to make smart decisions. If you allow this, it will be remembered as one of the most disastrous decisions ever made. And it will be made during the time you spent on the City Council of McLendon-Chisholm, that you chose the way of an outsider who made financial promises to the city, and you did not choose the desires of the people. I encourage each of you to examine your motives and the motives of the ones who are advising you. Thank you, Mark, for that quote. Don't let the shiny object of money influence you. There are other avenues for income. Choose your integrity. And please, by the way, all the people who want the mini warehouse will be wanting and providing a service for us, for others. You don't care about us. You don't care that we live there, that we have spent years and years and years on our property. This is what it means to us. One of the things that's very insulting to me, threatening us with a code enforcement officer. Driving down League Road. Yes, we are agricultural, but do not threaten us with the code enforcement officer. I'm sure other agricultural places have barns and animals and fences, but don't threaten us.
Thank you, Ms.
I don't
Moss.
think that's legal.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your emails too. Mary Strauss.
Hello. My name is Mary Strauss, and I've lived at 501 League Road for 18 years. My friends and neighbors of the League Road community are here once again to voice our opposition to the zoning request for storage units on our street. We are also once more very grateful for this opportunity to share our joint efforts regarding this matter, and we trust that you, who represent us, will hear and understand our concerns. During the course of the previous meeting, we presented the numerous ways in which the zoning request does not align with the comprehensive plan for our city. On this note, we are all fully aware that the comprehensive plan is only a guideline, but even given that, it is most obvious that storage facilities do not meet the given guidelines for our city. It has also recently come to our attention that when McLendon-Chisholm incorporated in 1969, many warehouses were not a consideration for our city either. I am certain that their reasons were as warranted and legitimate as ours. Here we are 54 years later facing this unwanted zoning request with multiple grounds and reasons as to why this would be a disastrous decision for our community. A simple Google search regarding crime associated with storage units in the Dallas-Fort Worth vicinity should be in itself ample reason to prove why storage units would leave our safe community vulnerable to criminal activity. I intend to read some of the overwhelming information found within my search. But first, however, I want to call to everyone's attention two horrendous situations that involve storage units which occurred far too close to our city. In 2013, 3 murders in Kaufman County resulted in the arrest of a person who used a storage unit to contain his weapons and vehicle that he used to commit these atrocious crimes. You can read the details in the account of this horrible incident, which is called The Killings in Kaufman, which is easily found within the DallasObserver.com. In December 2021, the Rockwall Police Department had to call in the Garland Explosive Disposal Unit to assist with an arsenal of military-grade weapons that were stored in an abandoned storage unit. It took the mass efforts of local, federal, and military personnel to ensure the safety of the community. This should shed enough light upon the seriousness and safety issues that are associated with commercial storage buildings. If these two examples were not quite enough, I will continue reading some of the further results of my research. Here are just a few. I'm just going to read a few. Dallas News. Woman rescued after being held inside a storage unit against her will. Dallas News again. Police searching for a pair after burglary of storage units. CBS News in Dallas. Thieves steal motorhome from a storage unit. NBC, Channel 5. Texas storage unit facility robbed 4 times in over 2 weeks. Targets thieves hundreds of storage units in Dallas. Surveillance cameras caught burglars in the act, busting into more than 150 storage units in Dallas. And I mean, there's more. It can go on and on. Now, I have to ask each of you, with all due respect, do the interests of those who do not live in our city and request zoning that could potentially involve criminal activity and allow our residents to become vulnerable to dangerous situations outweigh the safety of the citizens that you represent? Please deny this zoning request with prejudice. The residents of League Road and the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm do not need to be exposed to the crime associated with commercial storage buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Linda Fight. Linda Fight.
Hi, my name is Linda Fight. I've lived here for about 20 years in McLendon-Chisholm, and I live right there by Frontier Trail and League Road. And I agree with my neighbors when we say that the mini storage facility just doesn't fit in our neighborhood. It's an agricultural neighborhood with homes, with residents. We don't need the additional lighting, the theft that comes with a mini storage. I don't have anything against mini storages if they're in the appropriate location. And that's not in the neighborhood with children, and you go right down the street, you go into Sonoma Verde that has tons of families in there. It's not just one little area. You're opening that up to all of our areas. And you're right down League to Edwards, right to all the homes that are down in there. It's going to be a lot different than what people expect just because what you hear in the newspapers. So I just ask all of you to think about the full impact of allowing this to be in a neighborhood. If it passes, it will be regretted in the future. I have no doubt in my mind about that. So I ask you to please deny this request for all of our families that really count on you and voted for you to take good care of us. Thank you.
Lorna Kippett.
Lorna Kippett, 31 Fireside Drive. I stand before you today with great reluctance. I don't feel comfortable standing up here and talking to you about something that to me is so intuitive. The last place I want to be is standing here with a heavy heart and to see the direction that the city is going with the potential passing of items 7.1 and 7.2. A storage shed in the middle of the city of McLendon-Chisholm, I personally don't understand it. And I don't understand it from the policy and procedure standpoint. Policy and procedures run government, from the municipal level to the federal level. In this storage shed issue, there are so many exceptions to policies to make this work that I don't see the sense in it. You have a comprehensive plan that won't be followed. You have to do a plan development. You have to grant a SUP. You have to change an ordinance. Exceptions to policy are a slippery slope. You grant one, you have no hearsay when this issue comes before you again. Remember, Mr. Webb bought this property with the knowledge he was going to be outside of our zoning policies and procedures. The comprehensive plan was in place and signed before he bought this land. I just don't understand why this is such an issue when we have policies and procedures in place to not let this happen. In reference to issue number 7.2, I'm not even going to go into the fact about the ball fields and the density. One thing I would like Councilmember Hoffman to think about. I urge you to recuse yourself from any discussion or vote on Legacy Park. To recuse oneself in broad terms is to remove yourself from participation to avoid a conflict of interest. You're a real estate broker. You own Echelon Realty. You and your company have the potential opportunity to greatly benefit from this planned development for decades. Each real estate transaction one of your team members does will net you tens of thousands of dollars. With over 300 homes in Legacy Park, your potential opportunity is huge. I'm not saying you're going to do that. I'm just saying keep yourself, your professional reputation, and your personal integrity intact, and the integrity of this council, and recuse yourself from this discussion. Thank you.
David Black. Oh, there he is.
I'm David Black at 1419 Sienna Lane, McLendon-Chisholm, Texas. My comments are regarding agenda item 7.2. That's the request by Oak National Development to change the existing plan development district zoning to something non-optimal. The primary concern is the developer's plan that includes many times more residential units than should be in the Heritage Center, and even higher if treated like a master plan community. The key complaint is the lot size. This is not about reconfiguring the kind of city park offered by the developer. That's the shiny object, not the big concern. This is about a long-held core value of McLendon-Chisholm residents. It is also an important draw to our town. In the 1960s, the founders saw development coming and wished to protect their community. They incorporated it into a town in 1969. Even back then, something like the phrase open spaces in the rural atmosphere was cited. Today, that is often used as a reason people give as to why they move here. To protect that, we have set a minimum lot size per residential unit for the new neighborhoods in the city limits. It's an efficient way to mitigate the rate of increasing stress to our infrastructure. It gives us a high quality of life and sense of well-being. Understandably, this is not the primary motivation of developers. We rely on our Planning and Zoning Commission, our City Council, and Mayor to protect the city. They have shown that they can work with the developers, so it is hoped they will continue working on that plan. Regarding the McLendon-Chisholm Comprehensive Plan of 2021 through 2040, approved September 29, 2021, there are many places that specify the minimum lot size of 1 acre, but page 39 has this note, important note regarding residential densities and lot sizes, unquote. It clarifies lot sizes since, as I recall, there was some confusion, and I think this was the writing team's way to specify the difference. I think they did a good job, and it helps. The minimum lot size of 1 acre is tied to master plan community and is, quote, intended to be the majority of new development in McLendon-Chisholm in predominantly residential areas, unquote. Us citizens refer to that number a lot. But that standard is not applicable to the Heritage Center area on which the property is located. The description for the Heritage Center as well as the land use SH205 corridor and neighborhood mixed use, is a looser standard of maximum density of one dwelling unit per overall acre, and is, quote, designed for use of low-intensity commercial or mixed-use development to provide very limited residential uses in a commercial-type context. Very limited residential uses. Yet even the looser standard is not met by the developer's proposal. Given the standard is, quote, exclusive of floodplains and rights-of-way, unquote, the largest quantity of dwellings on the site should be far less than 148 units over that 148 total acres of the site, minus areas in floodplains and rights-of-way. The developer proposes a density more than twice that in their plan for 335 units. So it is true that this would permit residential lots smaller than 1 acre in the Heritage Center land use area. I recall discussions of these implications during the citizens' participation in development of the comprehensive plan. It was a compromise. As an aside, the plan includes short-term action items to be completed within 3 years. There's 1 year to go. Completing some of these action items from the plan could be useful to support working with developers. Perhaps some of the more important ones could be completed sooner than later. Now here's something that had me a little confused, sort of tangential. I see that part of the city planner's argument in the November 14th meeting to approve the zoning change with conditions only for the park, not for residences, included this text, quote, desired development characteristics, colon, and then in brackets, these characteristics are not required but desired, unquote. He made note of the above, quoted in his discussion. You can see this in the agenda package on page 180, and apparently this is from the comprehensive plan, also seen on page 179. However, I can find no draft or copy that includes the text in brackets, being these characteristics are not required but desired, just about that much more. Okay. However, so I can't find that text that says these are requirements. The section on the Heritage Center to which the city planner seems to reference is on page 41 of the comprehensive plan, approved September 29, 2021.
Thank you, sir. Due to the amount of people that we have, I'm trying to keep it to about 5 minutes. I'm trying to give you the opportunity to speak as much as you like, but I have a whole stack. So, and we also have a couple executive sessions we got to take. And so, thank you for your time. And so, I'm going to call the next person up.
Will you please vote against the zoning change of 7.2?
Thank you, sir. Crystal Shackley.
Crystal Shackley, 1525 Forensic Court. I'm here to talk about 7.2. I am for it, and I am for it. I'm coming from a sports mom perspective. I think that Legacy Park is something that our community lacks overall. As a mom who frequently has to drive her child, which now he does drive, so that's a beautiful thing. But for many, many years, we have driven across the bridge to Plano, Allen, and because we lack lacrosse fields. We constantly, as a lacrosse mom, we constantly battle the school district schedule for their fields, which they should, number one, have priority of their own fields. But we battle that. We have a hard time hosting teams because they have, you go to Plano, they've got facilities all over the place. Frisco's got facilities to incorporate their kids in all the sports. Their programs are bigger than ours because they can facilitate the growth and they can facilitate those places for their children to grow in their programs. We have a very hard time overall growing our program in Rockwall, and a lot of it has to come down to the facilities that we are provided in Rockwall. Just driving through Waxahachie the other night, they have a big, huge city park with a bunch of fields and whatnot. So we have all these small towns that have all these great facilities for all of our young families coming in, and we have to support the growth for our kids and for our families. We are constantly driving to Plano, Allen, Melissa, all over the place so we can play sports, whether it be for soccer, whether it be for basketball, whether it be for lacrosse. But there are a lot of families that are driving lots of miles because we don't have the facilities here in Rockwall to facilitate the growth that we have. And you have a lot of talent in this area. And I think it would be great for our city to support and to make sure that we have those facilities as we continue to grow. And I've always thought that it's something that our area lacked overall, was having a sports complex. So I am for 7.2. I hope you vote yes for it.
Thank you, ma'am. We got Chris Dorward.
I'm Chris Dorward, live at 236 Harvest Ridge Drive in Austin Corners. First of all, thank you for allowing us to speak. Thank you for letting the civil sauce process go as it is planned. I am speaking on behalf and for 7.2. I am friends with people that are for it. I am friends with people that are against it. I'm here speaking as somebody who was on the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and I'm going off what I was told while I was on that plan. I'm also going to talk about the children, my children. I have a 6-year-old and I have a 10-year-old. My children would benefit from this. My 6-year-old starts lacrosse next year. I don't want to be driving to and from Plano and Allen. I'm a retired Dallas police officer, like several people that will speak on this as well. We don't cross the bridge unless we have to. We want to stay here as much as possible. If we can practice here and go play there, that's fine. That saves us another trip across the bridge. But we love our community. We live here for a reason. I've lived here since 2008 in Rockwall County. I've lived in McLendon-Chisholm since 2014. I have built a business here. I do everything I can to support this community, just like being on the comprehensive plan. When I was asked, I jumped on it with no hesitation. With that being said, the comprehensive plan, the way it was presented to us on the 1-acre lot, we spent hours and hours talking about the 1-acre lots. We spent hours and hours talking about commercial zoning and where things are going to go. And we spent hours talking about the Heritage Center and what should be done with it. What was told to us was that this area here is the city center. If this city center is surrounded by acre lots, if you can find me another city that is totally, their city hall is totally surrounded by acre lot homes, I'd like to see it. They're just not out there. I don't see our city as just a city hall and acre lot homes. Although the homes will be beautiful, they're offering to give us a park that allows us to play. They're giving us a park that will be going down to our kids and our grandkids, and they'll be allowed to play in it. While we were there, I shook the hand of everybody that came through this door. They came through and we had signs set up all over the place. The one thing they wanted to preserve was the rural feel. The second thing they wanted was places for their kids to go play. They want somewhere to go and let their kids play. There was a lady that came in with a stroller, and they were all little babies. And those are the kids we're here today and we're talking about. Because they're probably, 3, 4, 5 years old, and when those parks will be done, they'll be ready to play on. They need somewhere to go. They have done what they can to present different options. They've answered the city's questions. They've answered the questions of people in the audience. They have made changes to their plans. They've added basketball courts. They've added what the city has asked for. They were not presented with a clear picture of what the city wants, other than less density or more density. Less density, correct? Less density. So I'm here in support of them. I'm here as somebody that was on the comprehensive plan, that was told that acre lots could be sacrificed if it was the right opportunity for the city. This not only gives the city more revenue from the sewage line taps, the water is not RCH, the water is High Point water. They're talking about adding a water tower to the same property as well. That solves a lot of problems. It also pays for the fire department that another third of the people didn't want that came through these doors. None of them want, well, a third of them didn't want the fire department. I'm pretty happy to have a fire department. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Mike Hatcher. Or do I need to, oh, there you are.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm just here to talk. First of all, thank you for volunteering your time. I know it's hard to sit up here and listen to people, complain. And, that's what we do. The biggest reason I'm here is just frustration. We just repeatedly seem to not be able to get along. We can't be cohesive. We have, on this docket, we have 2 unanimous votes by P&Z for denial, unanimous. And then here they are with our city planner recommended to approve it against the spirit of the comprehensive plan as well as what our own P&Z recommended. And so I'll get into my monologue. The misinformation and confusing explanations, what appears to be double talk, have directly influenced decisions in both P&Z and City Council that quite frankly spits in the face of the desires of our citizens and the spirit of our comprehensive plan. I know we're playing the legalese. If there's one place that a representative republic government, our forefathers designed, and that several of you so proudly went and defended, should be evident, it's in our local municipality, like McLendon-Chisholm. We're a small community. If we can't get representation here, where are we going to get it? Unfortunately, it seems to be another deal where non-elected officials are making decisions for the citizens. Item 7.1 didn't meet current zoning requirements, didn't meet future land use with a comprehensive plan, or importantly, go along with what the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm were lobbying for. At one point in the last city council meeting, Mr. Webb says he met with Mr. Coker before he even purchased the land, who advised him on how to go about the process to reach his goals for the project. It is rather peculiar to me why the conversation was not about how his plans did not meet the current or future standards. The highly contentious Lot 1 was barely, and I mean barely, in the current GB. And even that, we haven't seen a survey, so we don't really know if it even meets the 100-foot width minimum to meet GB. We don't even know this, but we're going to make a decision without that information, according to the current standards. Once the road is expanded, which is, we all see utilities getting moved, we know it's coming, there's no way it meets. Because your gut center, that road's going to move minimum 40 feet, which will almost take all of his property out of the GB. As well as circumvent the guidelines that are required for a mini warehouse. A mini warehouse in McLendon-Chisholm requires an SUP, unless you play the little shell game of, well, let's present a PD, and then we'll talk about it, and we'll kind of, mini warehouse requires a SUP unless you do it in a PD. And I don't think that was presented very clearly. But even through all that, P&Z unanimously recommended denying approval. And whatever happened last council, I don't know what the deal is. Somehow 3 people voted to approve it. I don't know with the holy super majority what's real, what's not. Item 7.2 is another example of this situation where P&Z unanimously recommended denying approval, and Mr. Coker is recommending approval. It's not a coincidence, it's the same family. Above that has also developed several neighborhoods in MC which all meet the standards set forth within the comp plan. This project is another high-density project as others in the ETJ, like Trilogy, that have all passed recently, with one major exception. You guys have control. This is in your city limits. When it's ETJ, it's the Wild West. You know, you're very handicapped on what you can do. In here, you have it. You have the power because it's in your city limits. You have the power because you own the city sewer. And Municipal Code 211 gives you some vague rules. He is quoted in the minutes from P&Z on October 25th saying the comp plan desires 1 acre lots, not that it requires 1 acre lots. He even goes on to state, we historically have allowed this when the off-site sewer was present, so we should here. The historical allowed use he was referring to was Sonoma Verde, which was approved 15 years before the comprehensive plan. It's a long time, things change. And one of the reasons the city moved forward with implementing a comp plan, this along with many other instances is trying to use legal maneuvering to sidestep the comp plan, and in my opinion is completely disrespectful to us as citizens and the spirit of the comp plan that the citizens of McLendon-Chisholm took the time to attend meetings, fill out surveys, communicate with their elected officials of what they desire for their city. You know, we heard Chris talk about, the way it was presented. The way I understood it, and most of the other citizens, it's 1 acre. And so if it wasn't communicated effectively, then we need to come back together, talk about it, amend our comp plan, and address it from there. Item 7.3. It's another example of, quite frankly, in my opinion, the ineptitude of Mr. Coker. In this instance, he's refusing to listen to anyone. I've presented before on MFS Group's other developments on April 19th and showed what this group brings to the area where they do business. This development is at the center focal point of our great city and must be held to the McLendon-Chisholm way standards, not some outside developer's best interest, but rather ours. I'm fairly sure several issues are here, not to mention the fire lane, which our fire marshal didn't go over. That's quite, just so you know, he didn't review down there at Kingston Park, and we have some recent issues there that I'm sure y'all are aware of. One of the biggest hangups, with this repeated deal is like on this particular property, MFS Group has no legal rights to the land that they're wanting to park off of and loading zone off of and do all this. Brookshire's company has legal rights to that. Every step of the way with MFS Group has said we need a evidential report from TxDOT showing that these deals are approved. So I'll wrap up with saying that's why in this meeting, P&Z last week recommended a work session. I recommend everybody get together. Let's get the new planning city guy up to speed who works for the city, not getting paid by developers. Let's send Mr. Coker home. I mean, quite frankly, let's get somebody that represents the city of McLendon-Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Mr. James Adcox.
Good evening. My name is James Adcox. I'm at 212 Adcox Lane here in McLendon-Chisholm. Once again, we're here to talk about item 7.1 of the mini storage facility. The recurring theme here with us is we're not opposed to homes being built and developed. We're even willing to compromise on the road frontage for said homes to be developed. Our hangup is, and will continue to be, the undesirable business that is being proposed for a zoning change, changing the rules, special uses, planned developments. All these things, like our neighbors talked about, are all a slippery slope for things to change in our city, not for the better. Throughout my research of learning about these mini storage facilities and the things that go on within them, a lot of troubling things that were discussed have come about. Looking here in the area, there's 7 facilities between 550 and 548 on 276 alone. So I don't feel that this area is underserved for this type of business. It's an appropriate area on a business corridor. There's one that does just pod units. There's 2 lots that are just for large semi-truck parking. There's a large 10-acre facility being currently built on 276. And there's 2 brand new ones on 548 at 276 and as well in Forney, just past the Shell station there. One of the things that's talked about a lot with these mini storage unit is the potential tax revenue. For me, I wasn't able to get the numbers to pencil in the way that Mr. Webb had presented them. Looking at the actual tax base of the land for the 5 acres, I'm getting just a fraction of the amount of money he was talking about. As for money collected through sales tax, the only taxable income on self-storage is on registered vehicles, so cars, boats, motorhomes, things of that nature. So if we're talking about a facility with 9-foot tall buildings, that doesn't sound like a lot of tall type storage. So how many uncovered parking spots is it going to be for parking? I don't anticipate that Mr. Webb plans on building a parking lot across these 5 acres. So it would only be a small incidental amount of uncovered lots for car parking. So we're talking about the city getting roughly $2.25, give or take, per parking spot on a monthly basis. We're talking less than $100, and this is what we're willing to sacrifice the aesthetic and the integrity of a neighborhood over. The numbers just don't make sense to me. I understand the desire to bring new businesses to the city. It's definitely an integral part of the development of our city and continue to grow is along those lines. My other concern is the integrity of our road. The road itself has already seen substantial damage just from the development within Sonoma Verde. If you've gone down Edwards here recently, there are potholes that span the entire width of the road. Some are several feet deep. Hopefully once the expansion is done within Sonoma Verde, those roads will be repaired by the county. I implore you to take the comments, the concerns, and our repeated efforts into consideration when you go to vote for this. Like I said, we're not opposed to getting new neighbors. It would be wonderful to have more young families in the city. We're just opposed to that one portion of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Deborah Kelly McGill. Deborah Kelly McGill. Here she is.
Good evening, Pro Tem Malcolm, City Council members, and staff. I first want to thank those of you who voted no for the planned development change from residential to commercial property at the last meeting that I attended. I truly appreciate you looking at the humanistic side of our community. I thank all of the City Council members for once again allowing me to speak to you. To speak to you? Okay, thank you. I thank all of the City Council members for once again allowing me to speak to you regarding the planned development change from residential to commercial property. My main concern is the safetyness of our community. Opening up any type of commercial property on League Road at 205. As I stated before, as a residential community, we are already concerned with traffic conditions being violated with reckless driving and etc. There are school-age children being picked up and dropped off to school and home daily. Buses have difficulty turning onto and exiting League Road. Residents have difficulty turning and exiting onto League Road. Keeping our kids safe is an important key for all children as well as adults in our residential areas. Commercial blocks bring attention to where few people live, according to crimegrade.org. And, well, okay, I'm sorry. We have few people living on League Road and few people living on Frontier Trail, right in the area where the traffic will be coming. Right now, McLendon-Chisholm has an A+ overall crime grade with violence. That is amazing. I have the documentation. It's from crimegrade.org. With commercial property being placed right at the entrance of League Road, I can only foresee more problems developing with traffic being an issue, violence, and crime becoming a real issue in our community. I plead with you, our City Council, to go back and look at the comprehensive plan dated 2021 to 2024, page 10, letter J, miscellaneous provisions. I know the comprehension plan is not law, but it is a guideline that carries heavy weight when making decisions involving humanistic and business matters. And did you hear me first say I thank those of you who have voted no? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Berry, Ryan Berry, I think you filled out a thing twice, am I right? Or is there another Ryan Berry?
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Brian Berry, 4210 Ridge Road, Suite 201, Texas. I've prepared a statement given the time constraints and citizen comments. I represent my partners this evening as the manager of 3.85 Holdings LLC, as well as my business partner and I, who will serve as the master developer to a couple of exciting commercial developments that we're looking to bring to the city, one of which is adjacent to the Brookshire site and the hard corner, what you may refer to as the Polani property, which is on your agenda tonight. I'm here to express both concern and extreme opposition to a final plat hearing that's being considered on item 7.3 in your packet for the following reasons. Having a number of years of experience myself in serving in your shoes, I understand this process as much or more than most. Specifically, I'm crystal clear that you will be hearing a final plat, not a site plan, but this is your last chance to make the right decision, which is to stop this. I respectfully request that the item 7.5 be heard in advance of 7.3, as it is extremely pertinent to understand the truth. My first expression of concern and question is why you were only given extremely limited information as it relates to this matter. Mr. Koger, Ms. Green, Mayor, Council, I'm not sure if the issuance of information, or more specifically in this case, the lack of information was intentional or accidental, perhaps deemed by some to be ministerial, but as all of you know, in advance of this meeting, a hearing at P&Z was required where a recommendation would be made, both from the commission and from the staff. Why is that not in your packet? Why is a history of a drive-through not in your packet? Why is the history of the entire parcel not in your packet? Perhaps while not required, I must represent to you, as I will many times, that you, your staff, and the P&Z Commission have been given inaccurate information and lied to in many instances. And I'm testifying to you that those misrepresentations of the truth have emphatically impacted said decisions by many. The applicant, I'll refer to as Mr. Polani, or the Polani property, only has access to an easement located on our property if, and I emphasize if, Brookshire's ever exercises their right to even build on it. And when I refer to building on it, I think we can all agree to assume that I'm referring to a road. Polani is represented on the record more than once differently. He does not have access to that easement, period, without Brookshire's providing said road, as there's a 0.0% chance that we will. I've personally talked to John Stafford, real estate manager for Brookshire's. While he believes that this location is one in which they will pursue, there's not even a timeline on it yet. On 11/21, P&Z made a motion in reference to this road. Will there even be a road, period? They will refer to as an emergency services and apparatus accessible. Staff recommendation at P&Z was to approve. They haven't taken this into consideration. It's tied to those spaces via a field. P&Z made a recommendation for approval with contingency, a contingency that states that the applicant cannot receive a certificate of occupancy to any building reflected on the site plan until emergency service access is provided. Yet neither you nor the applicant to tell anyone that this road will even exist. Only Brookshire's can. How can you approve this plat that has 24 spaces being tied to it? Polani testified on the record at the previous P&Z that there's a cost-sharing agreement in place for this road. Respectfully, that is an absolute lie and an inaccurate statement. If you were to ask any of us landowners surrounding the development to produce said agreement, and feel free to ask for it, you will learn that it doesn't exist. Madam Secretary publicly requested the same from Polani as well as myself. Please ask her to produce it for you. She can't because it doesn't exist. The mayor personally hosted a meeting about this potential agreement with many of the surrounding landowners in this development prior to my time in acquisition of same. I have the emails showing as such, but please let the record reflect the truth. There was never an agreement executed. A couple of weeks ago when I spoke with John Stafford at Brookshire's, he personally acknowledged that it's extremely clear that if they ever chose to exercise their right to the easement on our property, that the expense would be his. But they haven't even decided if they'll need that or not. He also stated that he would be the first to agree with me in telling you the same thing, which is that the final plat represents a public safety myriad of accidents waiting to happen. Polani further testified on the record November 21st that they have text out approval for 2 entrances, Where? Again, it's not accurate. It's not even on the plat that will be in front of you tonight, nor the site plan. However, even if they did, then great. Produce the same, and note that I'm indifferent if they do or do not, but confirm the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Berry.
I've got less than 20 seconds left, and I'll be done. I've spoke with your regional TxDOT engineer, Mr. Lane Selman, and I've showed him our concept plan, which I will make public later in the agenda with you, and he's very open to having entrances on 550, but given the distance from the intersection at 205, you're not going to be able to just do what you want. I'm crystal clear that this isn't a site plan, rather it's a final plat, but the only right thing to do here is to vote against this quote site plan and keep it from happening by not approving this final plat. Thank you for hearing me. It's my utmost desire and intent that you receive these words in the manner in which they were delivered. Before I yield the mic, I again request that item 7.5 on the agenda be heard before 7.3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, and then we have one more that is Brent Cornish.
I'm Brent Cornish, 250 League Road. That hasn't changed. And I owe you an apology for not addressing you as Mayor Balcom. I'm sorry. I come before you again to ask you, can everybody hear me okay? Shelley? Okay. I come before you again to ask you to turn down the request to change 20 acres from SF 2.5 to GB and PD in our League Road neighborhood. This is from the Texas Zoning Enabling Act. According to Chapter 211.006 of the Local Government Code, if a proposed zoning change is protested in writing by the owners of at least 20% of either A, requested area, or B, the 200-foot notification area. And also, in that same B, the council must approve the request by at least 3/4 of the total membership. That's 5. We have provided 86%, and I believe Shelley passed these out to you earlier today. No? Okay. We have provided 86%, which is 12 out of the 14 signatures needed. There are 5 members on the City Council. Each one represents 20% of the vote. In the previous paragraph about codes, you will need at least 4 members to vote in favor or rejection of the proposed zoning change. 4 members voting the same will give you 80%, which is 5% over the 75%. Per section 211.004 of the Local Government Code, compliance with the comprehensive plan, A, zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with a comprehensive plan and must be designed to 1, lessen congestion in the streets, 2, secure safety from fire, panic, and other dangers, promote health and general welfare, provide adequate light and air, prevent the overcrowding of the land, and 6, to avoid undue concentration of population on water, sewers, schools, parks, and other public requirements. The important one there is lessen the congestion in the streets. City of McLendon-Chisholm, E Code 360, Article 4-D. Highway 205 distance limitations, unless otherwise established by the specific ordinance of change in zoning, the limit of the general business district when it is located adjacent to State Highway 205 shall be 350 feet measured from the center line of State Highway 205. The following conditions shall also apply. 1, the limit shall be extended to the property line within 100 feet of the 100-foot limit, but shall not be less than 350 unless otherwise zoned. This regulation, which is up for interpretation by different people, this applies to the, say, Jim Adcock's property. He needs about, he's on 205. He needs about 50 feet to search his rear property line, but that does not mean the rest of the additional footage can bring GB to the Webb's property, which is already zoned SF 2.5. Number 2, the limit of the GB district shall be interpreted by the mayor and his or her designee. The zoning official may differ interpretation of the distance to the city council. I, site plan requirement. 1, applicants of a rezoning to neighborhood commercial district shall submit a detailed conceptual site plan depicting all elements required within this zoning district and a traffic impact analysis for the proposed development as an exhibit accompanying the request for a change of zoning. J1, the P&Z Commission and the City Council shall take into consideration the ability of nearby streets to handle traffic generated by the proposed development and shall take into consideration the effects it has upon the value and amenities of nearby residential properties in the event of conflict between the maintenance of such values and the proposed development. The P&Z Commission and City Council shall weigh its equities between the two using the criterion of community service and maintaining the concept of city land use and zoning plan and assessing the position of the proposed development. Do you really want McLendon-Chisholm to be known as the city that did not follow the guidelines of the comprehensive plan and allows commercial businesses to intrude into existing neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornish.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close citizen comments. Just to kind of give you direction of what we're going to be doing, we're going to do the consent agenda item, and then we're probably going to go into executive session right after that to talk with Mr. Hollow. So does anybody have any issues with the items with the consent agenda, council?
Not on my part.
Okay, I actually do. I want to bring up real quickly is that I wanted to, and I apologize, Shelley, and you're just now finding out about it, is I want to remove 6.1 out of the consent agenda and 6.2. It's just basically some typographical thing, and then an item I want to discuss with that, and also 6.9, I would like to remove those items outside the consent agenda. Is that okay, council?
Yeah.
I just need a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda excluding 6.1, 6.2, and 6.9.
Second.
Thank you. Is all the other items motion for approval for the rest of the consent agenda? Do you approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get that? Okay. Okay. So on 6.1, there was just minor. It does not include. On 6.1, the October 24th does not include what I shared when I presented the notebook, and so I want to be able to go ahead and write that out and just send it to you through email, so it'll be just easier for you. Then on 6.2, November 14th, it's just a minor change regarding Mayor Short was not present, and that it was me that opened the meeting, and so just change out Mayor Short to me, so he just wasn't in attendance. I do have a question for on the 6.9 building report. It needs to have addresses and the subject of the report. It wasn't included in this one, so I'm just wondering if that's like a administrative step that we just didn't catch. Conrad, is that something that you can speak on?
Yeah, I'm looking on here. Addresses where?
What exactly did whenever the inspection was passed or failed? I mean, he just gives numbers.
So you want to see addresses of
and
what?
And the
what
subject.
units passed and failed?
Mhm.
And what did you say in the subject?
Yeah, or some sort of synopsis of what was failed, or what was passed, what were they working on? I'm just, maybe I can give an example or something that we just need to improve what does the numbers mean? And not just saying like 5 passed or 9 failed, you know what I mean?
So you'd like to understand the different areas where they inspected?
Correct.
And then whether it passed or failed from the electrical to the plumbing to the comprehensive, I mean, all the different inspections that go on, you want to have those itemized.
Yes.
And which one passed and which one failed?
Yes.
Okay, we can ask for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I apologize. I was like, Mr. Woodruff, he did a great job. I was like, wait a minute, I'm looking up the building thing, and it didn't have that. So maybe at the next in January, he's going to have to put in like, I think it would be July, September, October, and then obviously November. So if we can get all of those done, and then we can approve that in January to go in. Yes, because he's behind by a month. So we're not approving this one because there's not an information on it. It's missing information is what I'm saying. Does that sound fair?
So on the passed and failed, you just want that itemized. That's the only part of this
Correct.
report.
And then he should have an updated version, and it should be in the January.
So the November one, we're bringing back and trying to show.
No, it was October. So it's going to include November for whenever, if that's okay, he can have that ready. So he won't have December, I don't believe, but so he would have July, September, October, and all the way to November.
So you're asking to go back to July? Okay.
Yeah, because he just started in June, is that correct? Okay. The new guy. Okay. Okay, so that's just direction for that. For 6.9, it will be in January for all of those items to be itemized. So we're not approving that one.
Okay, so, all right.
So, and then the other 2 items, I'll send an email to you with the information so that you can just put it in. So we're going to approve for, I'm going to make a motion to approve for the 6.1 with the added information for the speech. That's what I'm asking for. Because I have to email it to her. She doesn't have it for the notebook. Do I have a second?
I'll second what, I'm a little confused by it, but I'll second it, just to get it through.
So, since we're doing discussion, so we understand each other, this item was for a presentation of the notebook. Okay, we had Mayor and Ms. Hoffman had to leave that evening. That was mentioned in there. Okay, that's what happened. But everything that I said wasn't included in there, so I'm going to provide her the transcript for that so she can include it in the minutes for October 24th.
Okay, should we postpone approval of 6.1 and 6.2 and 6.9 until that point in time, and just go ahead and
yeah, we can do 6.1 and we can also do 6.9 to do in January, if that would be.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
Okay,
let's do a little clarification.
Actually, you can approve it if you want, subject to the inclusion of that transcript and the report being updated, if you want. I mean, you can have your approval subject to staff completing that, or you can take no action and bring it back. We can bring it back, these 2 items back on the next agenda.
Well, like Mr. Councilmember Tucker said, just approve it either over.
Well, we need clarification on this. I'd love to, follow protocol on it, but.
Well, the motion's already made, and I can amend the motion if that was preferred. So you want me to bring it back, the information, so it'll be on the January?
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Okay, so I'm going to amend the motion to that I will have the item back on the January city council meeting with the inclusion of the transcript for the notebook conversation for minutes on October 24, 2023.
If Councilmember Tucker wants to make that motion, you as the chair right now, you can vote. You don't lose your right to vote, but you can't make motions or second them because you entertain them as the chair. So if he wants to make that motion, I'm sure Councilmember Hoffman is ready to second it.
I will make the motion as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Volcom.
And I guess I will second it. So.
I as well.
Okay, and then motion to approve.
Yes, motion to approve. 6.2.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then for 6.9, I'm leaving that as for from July to November. Okay.
Just a clarification, maybe 6.2 is approved as is. That's what the motion said.
Well,
6.2 was like clerical. It
So
already
based on the clerical changes
Yes.
that you have proposed?
Yes, it's just changing out. The mayor was not in attendance.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You
It's
don't make your call.
okay. And then we're going on to Okay, we're going to go into executive session at 7:50, and we're going to, it's going to be a closed session in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.071A, consultation with attorney, discuss the status of the city's current PUC application as it relates to RCH, and any water issue as it relates to the PUC application and/or negotiation with RCH. Thank you. And item 7.1, 7.2. And I'm going to throw in 7.3. That sound good? Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, 7.1, discuss and reconsider approval of zoning district change as by Greenbrier Homes from the SF 2.5 residential zoning district and a GB general business zoning district to a planned development district for the development of 3 single-family lots with a minimum lot size of 5 acres of land and approval of 1 5-acre lot for a service minimum warehouse facility. 7.2, discuss and reconsider approval of request by Oak National Development LLC to change the existing planned development district on approximately 148.25 acres of land from the current zoning district of planned development district Turtle Creek to a new planned development district Legacy Park containing 335 single-family residential lots in a city park. The Rockwall Central Appraisal District property identification numbers are 11447 and 11438. And 7.3, consideration and approval of a request of MFS Group LLC for the approval of a final plat for a 1 1/2 acre tract of land located at the southeast corner of the intersection of FM 550 and State Highway 205, identified as Lot 1, Block 1 of the SA 205-550. The Rockwall CAD number is 101321. Thank you. All right, we're adjourning to executive session. 9:11, when we are calling the city council meeting back into order. No action was taken. And so we are moving 7.5 presentation discussion with one firm regarding pre-development questions of Highway 205 and 550 up. So Mr. Barry and architect, Mr. Barry's architect. I don't know your name. I'm so sorry. Just press the button, please.
All right. My name is Jeff Carroll, Carroll Architects, 750 East Interstate 30, Rockwall. And I believe there was some site plans that were to be passed out to you guys. We're here representing a site plan. So what's being presented to you right now is the green color grass, yellow color buildings, is 3.5 acre lot there at 550 and 205, just south of the corner lot and west of the corner lot. And what we are doing is proposing tonight to develop that site with various multiple buildings, as you can see. The developer, one firm, we have done 5 commercial projects with them. We did the 2 facilities out by Standard and Heath. We're doing one in Rockwall, one in St. Paul Town, and hopefully here in town at McLendon-Chisholm. And as you can see on the site plan, we are adjacent to Brookshire's, the future Brookshire Shopping Center that's coming in. And we're proposing to develop it in 3 different lots. We are showing a retail center, bottom left. We're showing a fast food up by the corner parcel, and behind that is some professional office facilities. We've also taken into account access that Brookshire's is showing across the front of their building as it leads out to 550. We are also identifying, we have the space for the future 30-foot access easement that runs across the north part of our property. But anyway, as you can tell, this will be, or what has been developed in Heath and the other projects we've done with this particular developer is top quality, top product. And that's what they're trying to bring to the town here. And so really it's a matter of how does this work? How does this work as overall shopping center? How do we see this future development progressing with Brookshire's? You know, they've owned it forever. They've yet to develop. And we want to be ready with them as it goes forward in this process. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. And I think the owner might have a couple other words he might have to go with the project as well.
Do you have some questions in regard to just a understanding of the commercial properties partnership? Is there like a pro rata agreement that you currently have with Brookshire's and any other partnerships?
My understanding is there is no partnership agreement between anybody at this point. It was just platted, our site is platted with a 30-foot access easement across the north end of the property.
And then what exactly is, just so we have on record, what exactly is the pro rata for? Is it for the fire lane access to be able to come from 205? And there was like, is there an agreement for cost sharing specifically, or just design, or they were supposed to be contributing what exactly for this particular agreement?
When you say pro rata, you mean cost, or do you mean
Yes.
just the layout?
Was it what was expected from your agreement from your commercial
I'm going to let the owner
neighbors?
speak to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Brian Berry, 4210 Ridge Road, Suite 201, Heath, Texas, 75032. I believe the question was pertaining to a cost-sharing agreement to the access easement agreement to Brookshire's Grocery Company. Is that correct? So we have approximately 3.85 acres. I guess you would call it just north of Brookshire's on the 550 site and just west of what I'll call the Polani property, the corner track. And there's a 30-foot access easement agreement in between us that is for Brookshire's. And so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have as it relates to that.
And what are the expectations from the commercial properties with y'all? Because I know that I see the design that you're creating. So what is the expectations with?
Yeah. So as it relates to the expectations, there are no expectations other than that I'm required as the property owner to provide access to Brookshire's in the event that they choose to what most would suggest to be a road access that goes from 550 to their property alongside us in the west side of the Polani property. I would just state for the record that I've talked with John Stanford, who represents Brookshire's. They are not able to tell us, which I think everybody in the room would love to know, the answer to the mystical question of when they're coming. They're not able to answer that yet. I, more than anybody, would love to know that myself. But they're not able to tell us when they're ready to do that. And that easement was granted some years ago, and it was put in place on a master development plan to grant them an automatic easement in the event that people like ourselves purchase the property adjacent to them to ensure access to their grocery store. And it's our best belief that with the recent transaction of them purchasing approximately 1.6 to 1.8 acres on the west side of the Brookshire's property, that they're putting themselves into a position to where they're getting closer to move forward with the next steps of their development, likely waiting on the obvious of the expansion of 205 to not necessarily be complete, but be fully funded from a public perspective. We are proposing a site plan to you that has taken that into account and have built around that, and are assured that in the event that they choose to take and grant that access easement, that we don't obviously build on top of it. But I would tell you that, as you could see in what we presented in front of you, that our intent would be to provide a left in, left out, right in, right out access to the north side of their campus by providing a thoroughfare, if you will, off of 550 with the adequate distance that is in compliance with TxDOT standards, to grant them the same. And they are not in a position to trade, if you will, an access easement agreement to swap what we are going to provide for them, what's already existing. And I would never want to misrepresent that. But with my recent conversations with Mr. Stanford, with Brookshire's, they're not ready to commit to determine whether they need that easement or not. And we are going to provide them a solution that suggests that they don't need that. And as I testified earlier in the public comments, or citizen comments rather, I think that Brookshire's and I both are in agreement that it's a public safety concern to have parking spots that would potentially back into that access easement in the event that Brookshire's chose to procure the same. And we are trying to provide for you our site plan that suggests that it's not necessary.
So are you saying that you're trying to improve the possibility of having a traffic hazard or traffic catastrophe by being so close towards the edge of 205, 550?
Well, I don't know that it's my place to say that. None of us have officially gone through the TxDOT permit process. I think that we've got a few anomalies in place here. We've got Cattle Baron Drive, for example, that's a private road, that's not a city-owned road. Okay, and we have property that's immediately adjacent to it, and we need ingress and egress to same into our own. We obviously need a thoroughfare for emergency services via a fire lane that will be a minimum of 24 feet to accommodate same, that we will work with your local authorities to accommodate. My conversations in short with TxDOT have been that we feel assured that we're going to be granted the right of ingress and egress for same off of 550. Our intent is that we provide both left in, left out, and right in, right out for same. And our intent with our proposed site plan here is to do our best to align with what Brookshire's originally proposed to you guys some years ago with their site plan, to be in alignment for same. And that's what we're presenting to you tonight.
Council, do you have any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem, mine real fast. As I do every time we ever have one of these, council knows I don't like having these on the agenda, but just advise council questions. If you want to ask them, ask away, but I would advise the council to not make any comments or any affirmative statements of any kind at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Holla. Okay, so the council doesn't have any additional questions at this time, and so we're going to go ahead and move on to another item.
Well, I would just say, as it relates to what's further on your agenda tonight, that you have a final plat that has 24 parking spaces that are being alleged and granted access to a access easement agreement that's being assumed to be an emergency services access or a fire lane. And that's not the case. And I need the record to reflect that that's not the case. That road is not in any capacity.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is 7.5, not 7.3.
It's very relevant to the case. It's very relevant to the case that it is not granted by right. It is not an accessible access easement agreement by the adjoining property owner that I'm referring to as the Polani property. There's a site plan that was approved that has 24 parking spaces adjoining to this that has no assurance is ever going to be there. To the extent that the representative for Brookshire's is not sure that they're even going to put that road there. And I would just tell you that independent of my personal opinion, amongst others, that we're creating a
Mayor Pro Tem, this
public
is
safety.
7.5, not 7.3.
Yes, it's correct.
But as it relates to this, it's very relevant to this as it relates to a traditional development of having a to and through. And we would like some feedback from the council as to whether a to and what most would refer to as a to and through would be required here. We've incorporated that into our site plan or our concept plan here. And in the event that that is not going to be required, that's okay. We're just trying to seek advice and perspective from you if that's going to be required. And in the event that it is, we want to modify our site plan accordingly because we're ready to go forward with same.
And I advise, like I said before, council not do that. So.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so we'll follow through and follow up with.
And I respect that and I appreciate that. And again, we are going to be coming forward with a site plan approval. And if what you're being presented tonight from an initial concept plan is something that you feel as though is not adequate or not in compliance, we would like to know that in the spirit of not wasting everybody's time here, including our own.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
We're going to move to 7.3, consideration and approval of a request of MFS Group LLC. I thought I was honoring, okay. Well, 7.3. Okay, sorry about that. Moving on to 7.3, consideration and approval of a request of MFS Group LLC for the approval of a final plat for a 1 1/2 acre tract of land located at the southeast corner of the intersection of FM 550 and South Highway 205, identified as Lot 1, Block 1 of the South Highway 205 550. The Rockwall CAD number is 101321. Okay. May I have Mr. Coker come up for a minute? Yes, you may.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is a final plat. It's not a site plan review. You approved the site plan months ago. This is the final plat. This final plat does not include the property that Mr. Berry's been talking about, the access easement. It's not included in this final plat. This final plat is just for the Polani property itself. I do have in my possession the permits for the driveways off of 205 and off of 550 from TxDOT on my computer. I received those today. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Oh, this is administratively complete. It satisfies the requirements of our subdivision regulations, and the P&Z has recommended approval subject to 2 conditions. The first condition was that they amend their application to remove any reference to drive-through restaurant, which they have done. You don't have it in your packet because I didn't have it until I got it. And you already had my report. The second thing was that they recommended that no certificate of occupancy to be issued until such time as the fire apparatus access road, which is the subject of the adjacent property to the west of us, is finished and usable. So it becomes a fire lane that's there in place. So no CO, you can build, but no CO until that access point is satisfied. And with that, the P&Z had recommended approval.
So you mentioned you have it by email, this documentation from TxDOT?
I did.
And Ms. Green, can you follow up with that information so the council is aware? Because I don't have it in front of me. Okay, can we see them, please, ma'am? And then if...
Michael, I have a question. In order to comply with the second requirement, building the access road, will Palani need to negotiate with Brookshire and any other landowners that border on that property?
We had
because it's a requirement that you're asking for. It may be beyond their capacities to do so.
And that's a good point, Councilman. We had a meeting with Brookshire's and Rob Whittle and Mr. Palani here at City Hall, I'd say probably 6 months ago, or before the site plan was approved, where they had a verbal agreement between the property owners that were here about how they were going to divvy up the cost of finishing that drive off of 550 that would provide access to Brookshire's.
So they all acceded to the fact that it was going to be built, and each member was going to participate in terms of a contribution for that portion they were going to be responsible for.
That's correct, and it was based basically on the acreage that each one of the units owned.
We don't need to be calling anybody liars here. Keep that kind of conversation elsewhere. Maybe there was a disagreement, but we don't call people liars here.
The document that we're passing around is the Form 1058, and that's the normal form that's filed with TxDOT. So that's the agreement that was, I'm sorry, that's not the agreement from TxDOT. It's coming back to us saying that they have been approved. This is like the form that they filled out. Okay, but is there a response from TxDOT? And explain to me, like I'm a third grader, and explain to me that it has been passed, that this is agreeable, a permit. Okay, so Mr. Johnson is a person that works for TxDOT. Is that my understanding? Okay, so that's the permit part. And the other part was, we'll address about the, Mr. Tucker, I'm sorry, did you mention the fire lane, and I think I may have said it like pro rata or whatever. Was that what you were asking a moment ago when I was talking? Okay. And then that answer is no, that doesn't exist. And per what was agreed upon from P&Z, it was one of the requirements. Is that my understanding?
The fire lane being, it gets confusing sometimes. Before the fire lane is completed, built and in place and usable, that no certificate of occupancy for any building on the Palani tract would be approved.
Is it possible that the expectation of having the fire lane done and agreement, all that stuff done prior is there like a set time, or does it have to be like, has to go to where the permit is provided to him for occupancy, or can it be earlier?
Well, I guess it could be, you know, if Polani decided he wanted to negotiate a deal with the property owner and put it in right now, that would be one way to solve that, so it didn't have to wait until the CO. But the hook that you have is, if you say you can't have a certificate of occupancy until you have this fire apparatus access road in place and accessible, that is a strong encouragement to the builder to get that taken care of before they put their spade in the ground.
And if he doesn't, or the entity doesn't, then the city can revoke something? Is that, what if they do not come up with that their part of the agreement before, I mean, we have to bring them back again?
Well, if they can't comply with your order, with your approval, then they're not going to get a CO. And if they can't get a CO, they're not going to spend $5.5 million to build a building.
Okay, well, we just have the question of the day to ask, like, who's the one that approves the CO to get out?
The city approves the certificates of occupancy.
Okay, so that's going to be the concern, is that there's just some things that are not addressed before occupancy. And there's other things that lead up to that. It's like we need to do our part to make sure that there is an understanding of the process. So, is there any concerns that you have from what was submitted in your staff report that you need to address with us? Specifically,
Let me reiterate, Madam Chair, that this application for a final plat satisfies all the administrative requirements that the city and the state have put in place for the submission and approval of a final plat. Secondly, I've reviewed this carefully for compliance with our subdivision regulations, and it complies with every aspect of our subdivision regulations.
okay. Any other council members would like to ask questions of Mr. Coker? Okay, well, I will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve the request of MFS Group LLC for the approval of a final plat for a 1.5 acre tract of land located at the southeast corner of the intersection of FM 550 and SH 205, identified as Lot 1, Block 1 of SH 205/550. The rock wall CAD number is 101321, with the addition of complying with the fire access lane before the CO, and also taking out all verbiage pertaining to a driveway restaurant.
Do I have a second? All in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did you get it? Did you get that, Shelley? Okay, so we're going back to 7.1. Discuss and consider approval of a zoning district change as requested by Greenbrier Homes from the SF 2.5 residential zoning district and a GB general business zoning district to a planned development district for the development of 3 single-family lots with a minimum lot size of 5 acres of land and approval of 1 5-acre lot for a self-service mini warehouse facility. I'm going to have Mr. Coker come up again.
Madam Mayor, this is an application for a planned development district changing some residentially zoned property, SF 2.5, to a larger lot configuration, although the applicant has amended their request to say 2.5 acre lots rather than the 3 5-acre lots. And a planned development district that would allow for the installation of a mini warehouse that would otherwise be approved by specific use permit on general business zoning district land. In this case, the Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended denial without prejudice. And it would take a simple majority of the commission to approve this request.
Okay, I apologize. There's one thing I wanted, Mr. Hollett, you can go ahead and still stand there for a minute.
Stand here?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Hollett, would you do me a kindness and explain from your legal perspective why we are using the word reconsider?
Certainly, Mayor Pro Tem. It will be my pleasure to the utmost extent on this holiday season. So what I understand is within 4 days from the vote of the last council meeting is the mayor submitted some written objections. Conrad, I think, I talked to him about it. So that's my understanding. So we got that. And the purpose of that is 52.003 BC of local government code. Type A general law cities, mayors do not have veto power. What they have is they can request that the city council reconsider an ordinance or a resolution if, like I said, they make written objections within no later than the 4th day after the action wherever is the subject of the objections. And so my understanding is that was done. Then the statute is also very clear. The council doesn't have a choice. It says shall, S-H-A-L-L, and that's when your kid and your mom told you to do something, you didn't really have a choice in it. You did it. So the statute says the council shall reconsider the vote. As you know, we've either got discuss and consider, consideration and action, those that's the action word for us on, or one of the action words for us on our agenda. So we're reconsidering the vote, and we have to do that because of what occurred pursuant to 52003 B and C. We have to reconsider the vote. We shall do that, and that's where we are now. So what that statute basically says in layman's terms, because I know, like you mentioned before, you went like a 3rd grader, is no vote happened last time. Vote now. There you go.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so back to your report again. I'm so sorry. We're talking about the application, and can you go ahead and explain from your staff report again for the recommendation from P&Z?
The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial without prejudice. There was a lot of discussion at the commission hearing, and a lot of people who presented information that they didn't feel like this was the appropriate place for self-storage or mini warehouse. In reality, the real PD part of this was to adjust the frontage for the residential lots from the current requirement of 300 feet to the comprehensive plan recommended 150 feet for residential lots of 2.5 acres. And so that's why you ended up with a PD, because the code also allows for a self-storage unit to be approved through the SUP when located in the general business zoning district. And we had a discussion, I think I put the text in my report to you, that said that 350 feet of GB is from the current center line of 205. But it also says that the mayor or his representative, in this case, can recommend increasing the width of 305, the GB adjacent to 305, up to the next property line, as long as it's no more than 100 feet away. But in no circumstances shall the distance be less than 350 feet from the center line of 205. As a result of that, the subject property, the property that is the subject of the proposed warehouse, there is about 199 feet of general business zoning as it currently exists 99 feet. What did I say? 99 feet. 99 feet from the center line of 205 to the back of the Adcox property, and then 99 more feet. So his request, and so he could have asked for, not a change in zoning, he could have asked for a specific use permit on that to get a self-storage facility there. It just made sense to include that request as into the Plan Development District because it's the same process. SUP, Plan Development District, same process. The difference between a PD, which creates a whole zoning district, and an SUP is it takes the existing zoning district, general business, and adds a use, an allowable use on top. And my recommendation to the commission was that they approve that part of it, but subject to the boundary being where the current general business district line would have been when you look at the map. And the applicant asked me to extend that distance further up until it came to the next property line that was basically across League Road from the subject property, and I said I wasn't going to do that. And so my recommendation was to keep the request inside the boundaries of the current general business district, zoning district. And I had a series of conditions, about 13, that required landscaping modifications to the way it worked and some other kinds of things. But all that said, the Planning and Zoning Commission didn't think it was appropriate for that location. And the commission, the two commissioners here, if you have a question that I don't successfully answer, but they recommended denial. Now, it is important, I think it is important to know that the reason for the Plan Development District to start with was to be able to reduce the frontage on the residential lots from 300 feet to 150 feet. And that is a recommendation from our comprehensive plan that we do that. And yet you may know that I'm working on revisions to the zoning ordinance, which that's included in, but it's not there yet. And that's not a request that you can take to the Board of Adjustment because there's no hardship. When you have just raw land and you have 1,200 feet or whatever it is, that's not a hardship, and the Board of Adjustment can't give you a variance to reduce the width from 300 feet to 150 feet. Now, if you buy the property and it's at 199 feet and I require 300 feet, you go to the Board of Adjustment every time. And so far they haven't said no, but all that said is the whole point here was I was trying to put a couple of things into one document, and that is a plan development district that would satisfy the SUP requirement, give you the opportunity to consider it, and reduce the frontage requirements for single-family residential units. His original application was for five acre lots, but he already had zoning for 2.5 acre lots. He had SF 2.5, so he already had that. And our comprehensive plan says it ought to, if you're going to change the zoning, it ought to be agriculture. Well, you could do that, and you still have 2.5 acre lots because that's what's allowed in our agricultural zoning. So there you have it.
So on the distance between the road, League Road, and the actual home sites, and I apologize, it may be 5 acres being reduced to 2.5 acres. Either way, the lead point from the distance from the road and all that, was there a mention of you know, given a special exception, or was there concern about the depth from the road distance?
I'm not sure that are you talking about from 205?
No, from League Road itself. We're talking about the actual home sites or proposed home sites that they were considering to put on there. And, you know, because it will be the general business, and then the next several lots is going to be for 2.5 homes, or is it 5 acre homes?
Well, what his application was for 5 acre lots, and he was being held to the 300-foot frontage because that's what the code would have required. Mm-hmm. But if the council were to agree to 150-foot frontages for those lots, then he could have easily then done a number of 2.5 acre lots instead of 3 5 acre lots. He could have doubled that density.
Okay. Does anyone from the council would like to ask any questions of Mr. Coker? council, would you like Mr. Kippett, our chairman from P&Z, to ask questions of? No? Okay, so I will be open to entertain a motion for 7.2. 7 point, oh my God. I know, I'm so sorry. 7.1.
All right, so I'll do it. I make a motion to deny without prejudice zoning district change as requested by Greenbrier Homes from the SF 2.5 residential zoning district and the GP general business zoning district to a planned development district for the development of 3 single-family lots with the minimum lot size of 5 acres of land, and approval of 1 5-acre lot for a self-service mini warehouse facility.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like any discussion on this subject matter? On the motion?
Sorry, I didn't want to blow up everybody's ear. I do want discussion on this just because I've had countless emails, countless conversations, but also understand where Mr. Webb is coming from. After meeting with him and seeing his vision and his plans and what he's wanting to do, I like what he's wanting to do. I won't deny that at all. I think his frontage looks great. I think his ideals are great. However, after our executive session and some good meetings and talks, as well as some emails that I've had with some people, I'm going to change my stance. So when we go to vote, I'll be a no.
Any other discussion?
I had a little bit of a difficulty with the measurements that you provided, Mr. Webb, on the property itself. From your property line on the west side, you suggested that was going to extend to encompass only to 4 acres, which was at the point where the tower was. However, that would have encompassed approximately 240 feet. And now what I'm looking at is that the elevation on League Road of the measurement of the building space in of itself takes up at least 300 feet. So there's a deviation from what you said and what needs to be. So that inherently, if it's a 300-foot distance that you require for the frontage of the edifice itself, you literally have to go beyond that tower, which we're considering it as being commercial. Mr. Kippett would say otherwise, but just for sake of argument, that it would have to go at least 60 feet beyond that and really starts to encroach on some of the residential area there. So unless there was a change in the profile of your building itself, I'll just say that it was maybe an inaccuracy on your part when you suggested that. So I had a problem with that.
Mr. Webb, would you like to come up to the podium? And just so everybody, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that's being said in the back, and I can't really hear everything because it's just the way the volume is. But I do ask council if they would like Mr. Webb to come up to the front, and they did say that they would like him to come up the front. So, Mr. Webb, you may choose to answer.
It was 300 feet as the depiction you have on, for our sake, it's page 165, but it's a pictorial of your building. And it shows that on the League Road itself, there's the building itself, you have two driveways on either end, and I would give that maybe 15 feet, so that's 30 feet between the two. You have, the total distance is 300, so I would say that the frontage would probably, of the building itself, it looks like it might be about 270 feet. Am I correct on this?
The original application had the 5-acre, 300-foot wide property.
Okay.
And that's the plan you're looking at, which was revised down to 4 acres to make that 240 feet match up with the
So
tower across the street.
So I lack the correct
Said,
building.
I revised what I thought was required was the concept plan, the development standards, and the ordinance page. And so that's what was revised.
So you've drawn back from the original design that you provided us, and now it comports with the 4 acres and the alignment with the tower.
We do not need 300 feet at all.
Okay.
No.
The other question I had was, you quoted that I think the revenue generated from this property was going to be around $100,000 a year. Could you explain that?
Yes, we had a.
And is that at full capacity in terms of
that's based off
rentals?
just property value. Our bank has approved this loan, and to do so, they went through an appraisal, and the appraiser valued the property at X amount, and I took that amount times the property tax rate, and it came out to, again, for the 5 acres, it was a $9 million valuation. For 4 acres, it would probably be about a $7 million project, and that would be the property value used to determine the property taxes, which would be over $100,000 a year.
Property tax of which we get 10 cents on the $100?
The city portion, correct. I mean, the school district gets a portion and the county gets
So
a
it's
portion.
okay, so it'll generate $100,000 for ARCAD, but not necessarily for our city itself.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other concerns from council that's pertinent to this discussion? Mr. McNeil? Mr. McLendon?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if Mr. McNeil's already telling me he's not going to approve this, can I ask for the residential portion approved separately as far as allowing a 150-foot wide residential 2.5 acreage zoning?
Mr. Holla, I believe that we would have to amend the motion. Is that correct?
I think you can, based on what he's asking, I think you can deny this and then make a motion for approval of that, because Mr. Coker is right about that. Just the same thing as annexation. If you say, hey, we're going to annex 40 acres of land, but you only want to do 20, you're good with that, but you can't go from 40 to 50. Same thing here. We're doing less than what he asked. So, but I think you should deny this, and then you can make an approval for, well, let's think about that. Hold on.
I'm kind of leaning towards no.
Yeah, hold on. Let me think about that. I think that's probably the best thing to do to see what P&Z says, because we don't have a P&Z recommendation. That's one problem. 211006 does say you need can't take any final action until you have a recommendation from P&Z. So they haven't approved it. They've said no to everything. So I think the action there is to go and send it back to P&Z for that portion. I think they can amend it. If the council takes no action, you could do that as well.
I think to make it clean, and this is just in my opinion, is that it would need, first off, let me just make sure I got this correct, Mr. Holla, is that if, let's say for instance, the vote is negative, then he can still come back just for the housing portion, or does that need to be recommended?
No, I think the better suggestion is to go back to P&Z, because we don't have a final report. That's what they changed the statute last legislative session to say final report. So So we don't have a final report other than from the P&Z, other than to deny it. You probably could do it tonight if you wanted to, but to save, it's Mr. Webb, right?
Yes, sir.
To save Mr. Webb from having to hold the application, from into the application, or pay another fee, I think the better course of action is to send it back to P&Z. That way, everything can be more tightened up, streamlined, get out the storage units, that's removed, and just the residential portion, it would be considered by P&Z. That way, there doesn't have to be any, reapplication, refees, anything like that.
So does he need to amend his motion for that?
I think what you should do with that one is just, you got a second, just let it die, and then make a motion to send it back down to P&Z. That's what I think.
Mr. McNeil is asking Mark if he needs anything on P&Z.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman McNeil. I think the course of action here is a complicated case, very complicated case. And planning and zoning is committed to the development of the city, but we have to do it in accordance with the comprehensive plan and our ordinance. That's our view. This is, if you act tonight, as I understand, it's a PD, a plan development for 20 acres. So you're acting on the 20 acres. You're not extracting some amount. So I'm trying to help Mr. Webb here. If that would be his preference to turn it all into residential, all 20, then you could act on that tonight if you wished, and it would be all 20 acres. That PD would now be residential.
I still believe that the better course of action is to clean it up. And I'm not saying you couldn't do that, but there's maybe no wrong way here. But the better way, I think, is for it to go back down to P&Z, clean it up. If he wants to do all 20, or if he just wants to do a portion and cut out the self-storage, he has the option to do that. So I just think it's better if council sends that back down to P&Z.
That would be our recommendation. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I absolutely agree with our city attorney sending this back to commission for reconsideration with a cleaned up, new data, new information that is more consistent with where we're trying to go. Makes perfectly good sense, and I applaud that recommendation.
Mr. Webb? Oh, Mr. Webb, can you please come back up?
I would agree with Mark. Sorry, if we can get this settled tonight. I've been here 5 months now trying to get this approved. And, if I've been told he's not going to approve it, then I'm trying to settle it in another way. As I've said this whole time, I've been listening to everybody's concerns and trying to address them. And if I'm not going to get the plan I'm trying, this is the better way to go. So I would ask y'all to at least approve it as residential 2.5 with the 150-foot minimum requirement. Minimum lot width.
I'm sorry. So I can't. And part of the complication here is the application has changed multiple times, right? So the application you have in your packet is for 4 5-acre lots. We are not addressing the 2.5-acre lot option. Planning and zoning never considered. That was not presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I cannot speak for how they would react to that. It would require some kind of variance within the PD because 2.5-acre lot has a 300-foot frontage in our ordinances. So it can be amended under a PD, but that was not considered by planning and zoning. So I'm not able to comment on the validity of that option effectively, which is why I believe it's in Mr. Webb's best interest and the city's best interest to send this back and find the right answer that we all can agree to.
Well, I appreciate you, Mr. Chair, to mention that from your perspective, because that's kind of helpful, because a lot of people not familiar with the process and all that, and how to go about improving that. So thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the motion. Or actually,
Right, when she says everybody vote, everybody for it, everybody just.
yeah, so actually, yes. Is there a second to the motion? And who was the motion? Mr. Tucker? Okay. And all in favor of this motion? Okay, nobody voted for it. Would you like to make another motion? Okay. So we are directing staff to send it back to planning and zoning. And do we need to say a date or anything, or no? Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now we're on 7.2, discuss and reconsider approval of a request by Oak National Development LLC to change the existing plan development district on approximately 148.25 acres of land from the zoning district of Plan District Triple Creek to a new plan development district, Legacy Park, containing 335 single-family residential lots and a city park. The Rockwall Central Appraisal District property identification numbers are 11447 and 11438. And Mr. Hollow, would you please, again, do me a kindness and mention about our legal perspective on why is the word reconsider in here?
No, ma'am. The kindness is you and the council letting me be here. So again, we go back to 52.003 B and C. And the statute says if they receive written objections from the mayor no later than the 4th day after the ordinance or resolution is passed, it is not acted upon and it is not effective and, quote, shall, unquote, be reconsidered by the city council at the next meeting. And that's what we're doing here. We're simply complying with the local government code 5203 B and C.
Okay, and I will have Mr. Coker come back up again on for your staff recommendation discussing this application.
Madam Mayor, you may remember that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial without prejudice on this application. The staff's recommendation was approval. We have worked with the applicant on this case since last year, and they have modified the park part of this thing substantially, so it's a whole lot more like a community park that would serve the citizens of our community rather than a regional park, which is what I thought it was to start with. Now, the 335 residential lots, they all have sanitary sewer taps. If they were all required to be on-site sanitary sewer systems, they would require a minimum of 1 acre lot. But in this case, they have acquired the last 335 sanitary sewer taps for our sewer system. And that's why the recommendation was for approval from the staff. And I heard somebody make a comment about the words desired is not a requirement. And I did put that in parentheses on your recommendation. I should have highlighted it a little more because that was my comment, but that was from Merriam-Webster's dictionary, that a desire is a longing or a wish. It is not a requirement. And so I put that in there for your consideration. I should have highlighted it a little more. Staff recommendation was for approval. However, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended disapproval because it felt like it was inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. And the chair of the commission is here for any discussions that you might have.
Mr. Tippett, would you like to come up? And would you like to come to the podium and speak on this subject matter?
Again, a case where I want to go back to the comprehensive plan, because that's the core of the issue here, is whether it's in compliance or not. And I'm not going to get into legal definitions around specific terms within the plan, but I will highlight, if you, in the comprehensive plan on page 41, where it specifically discusses the Heritage Center, which is this located land around the new City Hall and Fire Station, in addition to private and school district-owned land, is intended to be a node of development which showcases the city's rural heritage, green spaces, and natural areas in a country living activity center. Anticipated uses include institutional use associated with a city, county, and/or school district, mixed-use development, combinations of residential, office, restaurant, retail, entertainment, arts, cultural, and rural country feel, using uses related to McLendon-Chisholm's heritage and/or history, or arts and culture, and/or parks, trails, open space, green space, ponds, or creeks. And then the term desired development characterization or characteristics, which is, of course, stated throughout the comprehensive plan because it is a desired outcome, is a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per acre for residential use exclusive of floodplains and right-of-way. Drainage areas and waterways should be within HOA maintained common areas and not included on individual lots when, where applicable. And then it talks about the conservation development that groups building structures and provides a beautiful natural green space area which showcases McLendon-Chisholm's country feel, development that diversifies a tax base and provides areas for people to enjoy grassroots community events or entertainment, extensive shaded, lighted, and landscaped trail system to connect the country living activity center and 1-story typical with 2 stories maximum. So that's what was put into the comprehensive plan. And that I will just say that there was no doubt in this community that that's what they wanted, having worked through the whole plan. And I appreciate all the comments about the desire for athletic fields. The question is whether the athletic fields fit this area. But that's not really a zoning consideration. And in fact, should not even be in discussion here with this case. It's part of the concept plan. And for any PD by ordinance, there has to be a concept plan that's submitted to the city that shows how the property will be developed. That's, again, by ordinance. In the concept plan includes these ball fields. I'll let somebody else render the value of whether that meets this definitional, how this is defined. Generally, I would say that the recommendation from planning and zoning is it doesn't fit that characterization. Not that it's not needed, just at this location. But what the real objection by the planning and zoning was on lot size. You have 335 homes on 148 acres. Nowhere in our concept is that a permissible land use in terms of density. And for the folks that have been here for the last 15 years, we have fiercely defended that, and actually the word fiercely defended is actually in the comprehensive plan, that people have objected to that. We've had multiple elections going back to Mayor Steinhagen and multiple surveys done since Mayor Steinhagen to include the comprehensive plan. It's held up by a vast majority of the population. So the quality of the homes, no doubt Mr. Webb produces a high quality product. He has produced high quality products across our city. I live in a Webb produced home. It's not a question of the quality of the home. It's a question of the density of it. And so in this case, I don't think this is one, you can send it back to planning and zoning, but I'm not sure you're going to get a different answer back from us. This is just a question, do you embrace the density of 0.4 homes per acre as a council? Are you endorsing that? That's really the bottom line. I mean, from my perspective, and I think certainly from the planning and zoning's perspective, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I would like to try to entertain a motion, and then after that we can have a discussion if that's okay with council. Okay, for 7.2, I'm entering a motion to discuss and consider approval of a request by Oak National Development LLC to change the existing planned development district on approximately 148.25 acres of land from the current zoning district of Planned Development District Triple Creek to a new Planned Development District Legacy Park containing 335 single-family residential lots and a city park. The Rockwall Central Appraisal District property identification numbers are 11447 and 11438. Again, I'm asking for entertaining a motion at this point.
I'll make a motion for consideration of approval of the request.
I'll second that.
Discussion, council.
I have a question for Mark. What would be an acceptable? What would be acceptable as far?
Well, I think that the question is really one of balance and what kind of development would be done on the property. And again, you're asking me to speak for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I haven't polled them, so I can't tell. I can only give you my opinion, sensing of it. We would like to see fewer homes. We would like to see some mixed use. And we would like to see some development that would be consistent with the desired outcomes of that area. I think the comprehensive plan is pretty clear on that specific area. And earlier, a comment was made by a member of the comprehensive plan citizen advisory committee, which we were advising to at that point, helping, facilitating with Kimley Horn, but ultimately advising council on what we thought the comprehensive plan should look like. That there was a lot of discussion about that area. And the intent was to capture more of the historic look and feel, create a center of the city, and a center of the city that was not just home development would be an area, right? I mean, that was clearly not the intent. It was to have something more mixed use. There was some discussion at that time of small restaurants, coffee shops, gathering places. We don't really have it. All our cities around here don't have that sort of city center built in a historic tradition, and we have, since it's a blank slate agricultural land right now. There's an opportunity to do that for something that 25 years from now we look back on and say, gee, that turned out all right. And some residential use, but not exclusively. Which the proposal now is simply 335 homes, offset by an athletic field. And I'll remind Mr. Coker that originally his recommendation to planning and zoning was denial of the athletic fields as being a regional facility versus a community center, something just for us here in McLendon-Chisholm. And that's a matter of interpretation. I understand that. Having a daughter who is an athlete, I know I had to do a lot of travel myself. The question is if there's athletic fields, is that somewhere where you're going to be able to take your children, Mayor Pro Tem, on a picnic in a park? The answer is no. It's an athletic field, right? It has a very different look and feel. And there were sufficient folks around the area that, were not supportive of that. Well, I know there's a suggestion, there's a part of it that has a park in it, but it's only a small section of the overall area. So but again, that's Mark's opinion. Planning and zoning was only ruling on the density. That was the concern. To your councilman, to your question directly, I think there is the willingness to accept some density with compliance with other aspects of the desired outcome.
Thank you.
I don't know, I'll go look at the attorney now and make sure I'm not misspeaking or anything. Thank you.
So a couple of things I want to say is that the Webbs have been, they've been very involved in our municipality. They live here, they do business here, they've been part of our 380 agreement program. They are very involved with the school districts. They understand the concept of bringing athletics so they will help the child learn. My children are very young, and we're trying to get them involved in sports, not lacrosse right now, but basketball and stuff. But I see that need. So I understand the education portion, and I understand like their dream. I see that. And that's the things that we need to address. And at some point, I'm going to ask you to come up here to address this question in regards to just maybe kind of noodle on it a little bit regarding like the city park portion and what that all entails. In regard to like, are you willing to talk more about if the city park is a city park and we have a strategic plan that gets implemented next year with our architect, and it goes through the process of being able to hear from the residents and our people here that live here. If they are wanting something else other than athletic fields and they want a community center, are y'all willing to make some design changes to to accommodate what the people are wanting to be able to use this quote unquote city park for? So just think about that for a moment before you can come up here and answer that question. But I want to reiterate again, just for some simple facts, is that since May 2023, they increased the 25 lots for 80 by 125 foot, which is around 10,000 square foot minimum, which is a total of 136 foot lots. Since May, they also increased the size from a 60 foot lot to a 70 foot lot, so it's clear that there are no 60 foot lots. And then also since May 2023, they decreased the lots and increased the square footage from a 70 foot by 125 lots of 8,500 square foot from 222 lots to 192 lots, and that's about 30 lots. And so the open space portion area has increased from 15.30 acres to 16.16 acres, and then the city park area has decreased from 42.95 acres to 33.14 acres. And so, I know that there's a lot of people think that they're not doing enough. They want to partner with the city. I don't know if they actually have, and I know that we can always do better and improving on our communications and understanding the plan. We are literally a city that's still going through birthing pains. We don't have a defined area of where our downtown is. We are trying to achieve that. We did the comprehensive plan a couple of years ago, And now we're at the next level to take it to where we are going to fulfill the vision of what the people want. And we're supposed to be representative government. We are supposed to be following what is it that the people need. We need to address public safety. We need to accommodate the growth, and that includes where are these students are going to go, because obviously there's going to be families that are going to move into said home or said development, and so we have to think about the school district, and there's just other accommodations for transportation and whatnot. So there's a lot of burden for us to not only making decisions today, but it's going to be affecting our future. And so we want to make sure that we are having good relationships with our developers, and so that they partner with us, so that they are following through not only the desires. I know there's a lot of people that are very nitpicky on the actual words in comprehensive plan, but it's there for a reason. It's to help guide where our city would like to go. And so I just want to make sure that you and your father and your family know that I think that y'all are special people. I think that you've done a lot for the city. I personally live in an Altura home, just so that it's clear. I do live in Sonoma Verde, and I just want to make sure that I know that the type of products that you're going to produce, the type of homes, all that, I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to be a very, very nice home. But anyway, if you can come up here and answer my personal question regarding the city park issue, that would be wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. So your question as far as what we're willing to do as far as the park.
Yes.
So I had prepared a statement. I didn't know if we were going to be able to talk or not. And actually was going to answer it within that. So if you'll, kind of a short aspect, but
it's not 2 pages or anything.
No,
Okay.
no. It's got a little bit of a section, but when we started to look at this, we wanted this to be a special development. We didn't want this to just be another one of our standard developments. We go in and we put in our houses, and again, we feel that they're nice houses, but we wanted something special. This was going to be around our hometown, City Hall. We studied the comprehensive plan. We spent time on it. We looked over everything. We looked at all the different surveys, the graphs, and we saw that the parks were the second most desired amenity, and that with the vote, it had 3/4 in favor. And that hit close to home with me. I've expressed that several times. I'm kind of a sports guy. When we first approached this with the city, in all fairness, Coker kind of hit me pretty hard on it. It was probably more of a sports center with more of a grid type development. It's kind of, a little bit more my biased. But we were asked, could you make it, the streets more curvilinear? We said yes. We were asked, could you dedicate some of the land to 550 expansion? We said yes. We were asked, could you add pickleball courts? We said yes. We were asked, could you add a basketball court? We said yes. We were asked, could you add landscape screening between the houses and the city center? We said yes.
I'm still hard on that one.
Huh?
I'm still hard on that one.
We were asked, could you connect your trail to future developments? We said yes. We were asked, could you add a secondary pavilion and increase the main pavilion? We said yes. We were asked, could you move the entrance away from the city hall? We said yes. We were asked, could you increase the lot size from 60 to 70s? We said yes. We were asked, could you remove some of the fields and create a community green? We said yes. We were asked to move the fields away from City Hall and rotate the fields by 550. We said yes. We were asked if the park was economically self-sufficient. We said yes. We provided calculations and an LOI to demonstrate that the park would be self-sufficient. We have asked for your input, and when we received it, if at all possible, we tried and we always said yes. Through this process, we have come up with the general concept for truly special development for the city. We plan on continuing to work with you through the next steps to determine the finer details in the preliminary plat and engineering steps, and make sure this is the premier development with the large open gathering area adjoining the city center, rather than a closed-in residential development surrounding the city center. And we're just here to ask you to say yes.
I know Ms. Hoffman is, wanting to say something.
So, you can, of course, so in executive session, my main concern is the density. And when you look at Sonoma Verde, it's 550 acres, 1,095 homes. So we're looking at like 1.9 per acre. Take away 20%, probably like 1.5 when you add in the roads and things of that nature. You do the numbers for this particular development, 335 homes. You take away the parks, it's about 104 acres. Comes out to about 3.2. Take away 20%, you're looking at about 2.6 per acre is what we're looking at. I do believe that our community needs some type of place where we can come together for our younger generation. I think this is a good opportunity for that. My vision, specifically as a legislator, as a leader for this city, and we have discussions with City Council, Mayor Pro Temp. We're looking at, well, I'm looking at 550, 205 being our core center for developing this city and building our center. When you go north, south, east, or west of that, we're going to continue to build out when it comes to developing McLendon-Chisholm. If you look at the comprehensive plan, it's stating that we're going to be, what's it, 2040? We're going to be at 25,000 as a city, which, I mean, that's a lot considering 2010 we're at 1,000. 10 years later we're at like 4,000. Right now we're at +5. So I personally, as your city councilman, have changed my mind to support this agenda for the simple fact that, one, we have a partner that's willing to work with us, and two, ourselves, like we fight it out in the back, to figure out what's the best thing for our city. Some of us agree, some of us don't, but we come together and we move forward, as a team and we want to give you what our thought process is, our vision for this city. Is it the density that we want? No, it's not. But also on the other side, Mr. Webb and his development team aren't getting everything they want either, and that's what this is about. So some of you may not agree with our decision, as collectively, and that's okay. That's all right. But it's I owe you, and we owe you, an explanation on why we decide to vote the way we vote. I personally think, as leaders, sometimes we have a vision that our constituents doesn't. They don't see it until we have it, until it's there. And I think this is one of those times.
Thank you for that. I just want to add, just for some clarity, with, we don't really have a development agreement. Most developments that are inside the city, we don't. But in Sonoma, I think there was like a comparison. It doesn't matter who said it or anything like that, and I apologize, it's not relevant, but the point that I'm trying to make is that in regard to like questions asking, well, how did Sonoma Verde, how did they come about? I mean, they had smaller lots, and there's a development agreement. Originally, was a majority of it was the acreage was in the ETJ. You can have a development agreement for that type of property to come into the city, and then in that development agreement, back and during that time, that city council administration at that time already made, I would say, compromises and understanding what they were wanting back then, and that's how that development came about. So we have a developer here, and they have multiple times, and I have seen that's the reason why I mentioned about the increases and decreases, and I'm glad Mr. Webb actually mentioned all of the other items, and I apologize, I don't remember all of the items. It's a laundry list, you know. But in reality, I really, really believe, and I'm hoping that you do show up. I really hope that y'all do show up in January when we start going through, listening to what the people want. I mean, we want something special too, and we want to do what the people want. And overall, I think that we're going to do something great with it. But you have to understand is like that city park, that might change into something else. It might be a community center. I don't know, but it may include like a smaller area. But whatever that is, I just want to make sure that whenever you're making that, you know, discussion with us about that's going to be a city park, then expect that the Heritage Center is going to be the priority to make sure that this is what we're going to fulfill, what the expected responses that we're going to get from the surveys, the input, and involving P&Z. They have to be a part of this too, and making sure that we are doing everything that we can administratively, you know. So, okay, so is there any other points that you will? Oh, here we go, Mr. McNeil.
Yep, sorry. So, Mr. Easter, if you can not fall out of your chair here, I actually agree with Adrian.
Hold on, for the record, is that 3 times?
It's, well, I don't know about the other two. I will not, we cannot discuss executive session. I do hope y'all show up. I do support this plan. When I did meet with them, I supported it then. I appreciate the vision. I think what they're wanting to bring to the community is strong and solid. I know it doesn't go with the density that we all would want to not have happen, but what I think it's going to bring to the community is it gives us a central area where people can come together, walking trails, parks. I believe there is going to be a place for a picnic. Not that I'm into picnics, but you know, I want to echo what Floyd said. You know, we did go back into the back, and we had a lot of discussions, and obviously we all came out of here with some changed minds, and that's to me what democracy is about. We can change our minds. We can listen to other people. In joking, I did mess with Mr. Easter. Actually, have nothing against him. I just thought he would find it odd that I can agree with Adrian. And I'd like us all to be able to come together on every aspect, even when we do disagree. And, you know, I think we can all learn from that. So there you go. That's all I got. And I will deny it after tonight, Adrian.
Okay, so back to the motion. All in favor of the approval?
Could I make a comment?
Oh,
quick comment?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, I've been torn on this project, and I've seen a number of projects similar to this come through, and for the most part, the density was the biggest problem for me. I'll probably vote against it. However, I hope that you prove me wrong. You know, I love the park. It offers a lot of opportunity for the community. I think it's got a place here for McLendon-Chisholm, and I think it'll be well received. I do not like the density. And in spite of all the yeses that you did comport to, you never comported to making it less dense. I would have loved to have seen maybe half-acre properties. I would have been much more on board with something like that, but I understand there's a bottom line. So I also try to follow the comprehensive plan, and I've gone wayward on that on a couple of occasions and have made my decisions based on, you know, either some economic advantage to the city or what have you. But I've come back to the comprehensive plan, and there is that allowance with the plan development for higher densities, no doubt. But as somebody mentioned at one point, the spirit of the plan is that we have 1 acre properties with 1 home on those properties. Now, to a great degree, that excludes a number of people that are out there currently trying to purchase homes. And I've been to other communities that are high density, particularly some of the MUD projects that we've been introduced to. And actually, they're very acceptable places to live. I mean, it feels like a real community. And I actually live in Chisholm Crossing. And to be frank with you, I live on a 1 acre property. It really doesn't feel like a community. So, as I said earlier, I'm hoping that this is going to be a success for all of us, including you. And I think that most likely will pass, but again, trying to stay with a comprehensive plan that's been suggestive for a long, long time that we stay with 1 acre properties. And that's it. Thank you.
Do you want to address the 1 acre thing at all?
It might be dangerous at this point. There's no need.
Okay. So, did you make the motion? Second. Okay. How about to approve? Okay. So, Mr. McNeil, I'm sorry. Thank you for that comment. I appreciate that. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to go with aye. And motion passed. Yep. Do you want me to? Okay, so I'm going to go with the committee thing. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's do the 7.6 discussion and action appointing city representative to the 2024 Facilities Bond Committee to ensure a comprehensive and community-driven approach to address our student growth. Just to kind of give you some feedback regarding that, it had to do with the school district is looking for representatives to be a part of their, I don't want to say it's a commission, but it's basically a group that keeps up to date with the information from our cities, and then like learn about what they're working on and their planning and all that. So I've already attended, as well as Mr. Hildebrand. He also was attending as well. And this is going to be, most of the meetings are, I think there was about 8 meetings. Huh? Oh, there are, yeah, 8 meetings. And they need an answer, well, we need to do it tonight so it can be filled out tomorrow. And so I would like, I've already talked to the mayor about it, but I was going to suggest like maybe me and Mr. Tucker to be the representatives, if that would be okay with the council. Yes, sir. Okay, well, that's fine. I just want to make sure to make it known. Yeah, yeah, because I've already attended the meeting before Mr. Conrad and I went to, back in September. So I just want to follow up, and I already have the book and everything like that. I do have a second copy that I can, you know, if you were interested in doing that? I mean, how do you feel about it, Mr. Tucker? Are you sure? Okay. It- Yeah. So, yeah, we just have to be committed to show up and, okay. All right, and, so, I guess we need to take action on it. Did we lose Mr. Holler? Okay, thank you. Okay, so, I guess like we need to make it official, to make a motion. Yeah, I would like two people. That's what I would, because originally I was going to suggest me and Conrad if no one else from the council, but if Jennifer's wanting to do it too. Sure. Yeah, and I do have an extra copy of the book anyway, so I'm good with it. So I just need someone to make a motion for the approval.
Make a motion to appoint a city representative to the 2024 Facilities Board Committee
Yeah,
associated with our RISD.
Yeah. Well, you have to, we have to have a second, and you have to person, the
Oh,
people.
and with Jennifer Hoffman being appointed and the Mayor Pro Tem also attending the meetings.
Okay, and then we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. So, Ms. Shelley, we'll go ahead and fill out the application early tomorrow morning. Yeah. Okay. Then we have item 7.7, discussion and action for an approval for an annual review for statutory city staff to be conducted in January, June 2024. I don't know why June's in there, but 2024, yeah. So just to kind of give some background on that, we, in the past, long ago, I used to have, I participated in council where we actually reviewed our staff, and we haven't had staff reviews. We haven't had staff reviews, and one of the things that was asked at the budget workshop, and I don't know if y'all recall this, but we want to be able to prepare for that, like if we need to do like a, you know, one of the rewards and incentives of, you know, doing a salary increase, things of that nature. So we want to do our due diligence on our end to make sure that we are setting the staff up for success. And so I suggested to have some, and I guess the term is employee evaluation forms or performance reviews or something like that. And so Mr. Conrad Hildebrand, our city administrator, he was able to provide samples in here. And so I wanted to see if anybody is against it. Well, actually, I would like people to be in favor of it, because I think we need to do something like this for our staff. And the second thing is, I would like to be able to choose a form that y'all will feel comfortable or think that this is the best use to use for evaluation for staff. So I would like, if you have to have a motion, then we can have a discussion. So.
I make a motion to discuss and make a motion to discuss to approve for an annual review for statutory city staff to be conducted in January, June 2024, requested by Mayor Pro Tem Balcom.
Do I have a second?
Second.
To say we just go with a general, simple form, and we adjust along the way. So we can choose one of these, because we're not going to know, and we're not going to really know until we do a semi or annual review, like, oh, well, we want to add this or we want to subtract that. So. But to answer your question, no, I have not gone through each evaluation to determine which one is best. But that's just my thoughts.
Sorry. If there's any increase, then it would be during budget meetings, obviously, so.
Make sure that we're appropriately.
I may have some evaluation stuff that I've used in the past. You might have to give me a day or two to try to see if I can even locate it still. I did look at some of these evaluation samples that were in here. I mean, I think they're good, but I think they're all going to be basic. And I mean, it's kind of like the input comes from the person where, that's getting the evaluation. So I know in the past when I've evaluated, either my troops or something like that, and I'm sure Floyd can echo the same, there's proficiency and conduct marks that we go off of, and then there's things that they meet, and then as they exceed that certain number, then it either puts them higher or lower or average. And I mean, they're all basically the same, but it's going to come back with, at the end of the day, it's going to fall on the individual's performance. Doesn't matter what questions are in there. If their performance isn't good, then it just isn't measuring up right. So the score would dictate itself. But I think these things are a positive thing, honestly. I know some people look at them as a negative thing. I know no one likes to be evaluated, but if you're always doing what you're supposed to do, and then you get the evaluation, it's actually your time to shine, and you can be put in the spotlight. So I guess it's just how you perceive it. So I'm okay with them. Yeah.
So the employee evaluation form, the management supervisors, the one from the city of Odessa, I think that'll be a good template to start. As far as how the way we would do it is the individual will write their own eval, and then you would write their eval as well, and then you sit down and you mirror them and just kind of talk it through. They may see themselves at a certain level that may differ from you, and you kind of discuss it. But that'll be part of the process. So for instance, I would write my own eval, right, and then you would write up one for me, and then we'll sit down and have a counseling session, right? And then you'll be like, hey, well, I'll see you here. Well, and I turn it into you, you review it. So really, it's like I write it, I turn it into you, you review it, you change it to what you think, and then it keeps going all the way up. And then and then I get pulled in to be counseled at the top and like, okay, yeah, you looked at yourself like this, but we collectively look at you here, and this is why, right? So that would kind of be like the process.
No, I looked at both of those, the McLendon-Chisholm and the Odessa, and I would have to concur with the gentleman to the left that they're both are probably very adequate. I have never done any kind of evaluations at the larger level as those guys have, and so this is unique, and I'll learn from it. But I think that not only comment that Brian made was that it shows where people excel, but also shows where people can improve, and highlights that. And from that, they learn and often make better. You know, when you tell them that they can improve, and you encourage that improvement, sometimes you can end up with great employees.
Oh, Michael's back. Michael, would you like to contribute to the thoughts about the employment evaluation items?
A lot of cities use, they'll have scoring sheets, and they just rank them, and there's obviously a section at the end if anyone wants to make any personal comments or anything like that. You know, that's probably the most often thing. If people want something actually in writing that they can use, that's one of the things is evaluation score, and you kind of rank that. You know, another one I use is you have it depends on how extensive you want it to be. That really all depends. You can have one where there's just a couple of pages. The strengths, the weaknesses. What have you helped me with as a council member? What do I need from you as a council member that you haven't really provided or that you haven't done? What are some weaknesses that I see, you know, in your job performance, things like that. The whole point of evaluation is actually several-fold. Is the person doing the job to the level that you expect for them for whatever job it is they have? That's number one. Okay, evaluation, that's why you critique someone. You want to find out. Because if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, what they were hired to do, why do you have it? Okay, so that would be one thing. Second is if you reach out and you realize, hey, look, you know, you're doing everything we need you to do, you know, blah, blah, but there are still some things that as a critique that you can get better on. You can improve in this, you can improve in that. You know, hey, you know what, Michael, you respond to us within 24 hours. We need that. You know, I'm Councilmember Tucker. I like 12 hours. So I just want you to, you to work on it. It's not necessarily we're going to dock your pay for this, do that, but this is just, hey, you know, me personally, how you could help me as a council member. That's because you get, it's the same form, but each of y'all are different, unique people. So you're going to get one from all of y'all, and so that's good feedback for us. And also lets your staff and your employees and your contractors like me doing things we are doing right. Or hey, if you're all right, hey, you know what? I really like that you do respond within 24 hours. You know, I appreciate that. Hey, you know, Michael, you're not comprehensive enough. You don't quote me enough statutes and case law enough so I know where to go and when I'm looking. I wish you do that a little bit more. I appreciate your insights, appreciate that. But you know what? I need you to be a little bit more pinpointed for me. Where in the code, where in the statute, what case you talk about when you do all those things. So those are helpful critiques. Those are things that I, as your attorney, I could absolutely take and run with and go with and say, okay, that's great. And so I think it's important for people to know things are doing right, things are doing wrong, or things, areas that you as council members individually, like I mentioned, would like. I think those personally, you asked me my opinion, I think those are personally the most effective forms, because you got an overall deal of, okay, look, I am doing what I am being paid to do. That's good. Everybody needs to know that. Okay. I had a boss tell me, and I love the guy very much, and I asked him one time years and years ago, where I said, I'm new here, I'm trying to figure it out, where do I stand? Mm-hmm. And he told me, as great a boss as he was, it's one of the first pieces of bad advice that he gave me. He goes, you don't need to know where you stand, as long as I know where you stand. Well, no, I mean, you're out here floating in no man's land or no woman's land or no politically correct person's land. I mean, you have no direction. A rudderless ship, not going to really get you anywhere. okay? You know, if I'm wrong about that. So, and we got Marines, they know about that. I mean, Marines, they love being part of the Navy because the boats take them where they need to go to do what they need to do. So a ship without rudders, hopeless, okay, and directionless. So I think those forms that we're talking about there, I think I know they would help me the most. So I mean, that's my opinion, but like I want to know what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong, what I'm doing that it's unique to you that you would like to get from me, and that's the interesting thing about having a council as a boss. So I have 5 bosses, 20%, of each of you, and then we also have the mayor. So it's kind of 6, 5.5, 6, what are you going to call it? It's a little interesting to just having one person that you respond to. And so each of y'all, like I said, are different, so I'm going to address y'all differently. And unless I get that feedback, I'm not going to let you do it.
So you made the motion to discuss it and approval for an annual review, and there was a second for it. Is there a preferred document? Any of them? So you would like, is there a preference, like you want, city administrator was the one that provided them, do you want him to choose one? Is that? Yeah, I just don't want to be like 20 pages, and I'm just trying to make it simple. Thank you. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Conrad's been nervous about this one, so cut him some.
No, I signed a management contract with the city. In my contract, it says June of every year you'll do a review. So January, I mean, move it if you want to move it, but that's what initially has been put in there. You have 2 statutory employees. Generally in the city, there's 3 statutory employees and maybe a citywide auditor, but we don't have that. That's a bigger city. It's these 3 employees, but we have a contract employee, so I guess you could give him a performance review as well. If you want.
It's very 22071 of the local government code lists out actual municipal officers that must be appointed by the city council.
And
so
it's
pretty appropriate to do for those municipal officers by statute. It's pretty appropriate to do reviews of them. Not everybody, honestly, not every city does reviews.
Well, all the rest of the employees get reviews by me or department heads that work for me. So it's just us 2 probably that you're thinking about. In your packet, I put in just all the academia of goals that you've sort of been talking about and talking around. If you want to look at that and read it, it's sort of an academia look at what is the purpose of goals and measurement of goals and performances and all that. And there's 3 others. So I can follow your direction and I can get it all ready, as Councilmember McLendon said. And then I submit it to you, and then you all do it and put it all together and then call me in and us in individually.
Or you could just have a little thing that says, "Do you like me?" Check yes or no. Done.
No, but I mean, I think on both sides, I think
for Councilman
these are the areas that we feel that you can improve on, and we want you to work on. These are the areas that we feel you're doing good. Keep it going. So I think it's excellent to go through it, and it's even better when you pretty much get that direction, especially with goals. We want you to really work on these type of goals this year. And so when I come back in whenever you want to do it, June or whatever, I can tell you asked me to do this, and these are the things I've done. So with goals, it's something that individually you can and collectively you can say, we really want you to work on these goals. Oh, you may be doing great here, but this is what we want you to do. And then I can come back and tell you, you said this, these are the things. So it's not really a surprise coming into the goal session.
Like, are we helping you get out of meetings quicker?
Anyway, so thank you for this opportunity, and I'll get it to you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second, and then we need to vote for it now. So we'll start with Mr. McNeil. Vote in favor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Awesome. And then so you have direction, Mr.
Thank you.
Calendar read. Okay, now, I think we have one more on here. Where are you? Okay, so I'm going to kind of brief y'all. I know that we were supposed to have an executive session earlier, but it just didn't happen. For 6, 7, good God. Sorry. 7.4, discussion of status of the city's current PUC application as it relates to RCH and any water issue as it relates to the PUC application and our negotiations with RCH. So the latest information that I wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of is that there has been part of the orders that was given in very early on is in regard to the maps that were originally submitted to the PUC application, which is 13.255. Our area has a very unique situation because there is things that were done administratively, and because we weren't the original CCN holder, the location for Area 2, which is going to be Chisholm Crossing 2, 3, and 4, okay? That is technically in High Point SUD's water boundary, their CCN, okay? And so in the very beginning, our attorney, our water attorney, made a point to say that we needed to get a letter from High Point SUD that they were not going to object to our request for the filing to include this area because it's inside the city limits. So the Public Utility Commission agreed in the very beginning that they would offer to work with our water attorney and their I guess it's GIS department / map department with her, and we originally were waiting for them for quite a while, and they didn't actually come back until like not long after. It was right before Thanksgiving that they were still working on it. And anyway, so they did come back with some of the quote-unquote deficiencies that they wanted to address the areas and how they wanted it colored and things of that nature. And so our water attorney officially, she sent it earlier today, the updated amended filing with just Area 3, which you'll see on the map. And it doesn't include Area 2. Area 2 represents Chisholm Crossing 2, 3, and 4. And then there's like a sliver of the commercial property right off of 205. Originally, there was a misunderstanding or something to the effect that they weren't sure was that dual certified. To our understanding, it's not dual certified, and so we have to, and what that means is that to be allowed to service that area, because it's in High Point SUD's water boundary. So we have to do a different application for, which is a different filing for that mapping area for Area 2, and including that portion off of 205, the commercial area, if that makes any sense. The colorings have been addressed to match what they were asking for. A lot of the issues in the past with other entities submitting map details, they just wanted a different look. It's different from our original engineering, the way that things are submitted, and it's just the way that PUC is doing it. Everybody has problems with it. It could be like a coloring of the diagonal line. I mean, literally, the questions that were coming up regarding like, why is this contiguous, what's the word? Contiguous. They don't understand how did the map not go from here for the Area 3 and why did it jump? Why is there such a distance? And it's like, that's not really our fault, and we've explained that there's a 550 in the middle there, and it doesn't really matter. The point is that we are addressing the maps and stages because of the way the law is written, and that's the way that we have to do it. So, and again, this is something that's very unique to our area because of the way that Sonoma Verde is outside of anybody's DCM. It's considered no man's land, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, so that's the issue with the map. So yes, it's been addressed. The PUC should have already received the filing around 4 o'clock today. And I mean, I'll be happy to send over the updated map so y'all can have the printed version so you can see the colorings that I'm talking about, the area 3 and then area 2, and then this one sliver that's in purple, that's the commercial area. So if that makes any sense. Is there anything I missed, Conrad? Yeah, I think the map would kind of show identity of it, because it's kind of like, where's area 2? Where's area 3? Where's area 4? Because, you know, that's why I had to tell you area 2 is Chisholm Crossing 2, 3, and 4, because it's not, you don't see that in there because they don't care. That's not what they want. They just want, like, the colorings a certain way and, like, the map design. It's just the way that they said to us, like, how they wanted it. Does that make sense? Okay, well, anyway, that's all I have for you. And then I will send you the updated colored map thing that we got. Okay, so we are on updates. I'm sorry, council member reports and announcements. Mr. McNeil, do you have anything to contribute? Mr. McLendon, do you have any reports? Okay. Mrs. Hoffman. Mr. Tucker. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Actually, I will add one thing. I apologize for throwing that in there, and I know it's past my bedtime. But myself and Jeff Skinner of the Marine Corps League out of our own McLendon-Chisholm are going to be delivering a truckload full of toys tomorrow morning. We're going to actually help the Mesquite Police Department Santa Cops program because they were running short and we were over. So we're going to step up, and Jeff Skinner and Dennis London help put that together with me. So we're going to deliver those at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay, I do have a little bit of administrative stuff that y'all are to be aware of. January is going to be fun-packed, filled with extra fun of administration and new beginnings of things that need to be taken care of. But before then, we are going to have the upcoming event for the workshop that will be in January. So I would really appreciate it if any of the council members have any things that you would like to be addressed at the workshop. This is the workshop that's going to have P&Z and BOA and us there. So if you would like some things to be addressed, please send to me, or actually send to Conrad. That would just help us, and then we'll send to us. I was asking for the council if they would take a moment and either send to Conrad, or you can just send to me separately, not to everybody, on some ideas of subjects that you would like addressed at our upcoming workshop in January. We're going to have a date. It's probably not going to be on a Tuesday. And so I'm trying to accommodate all these groups of people to be at the same location, okay? And then we got a kickoff thing that's going to be happening with our architect. And then also you'll be seeing some things regarding the city committee information. So that's going to be in January, okay? And that's all I have for you right now. Thank you so much for participating. We are at 11:14 p.m. and I am adjourning this meeting. Sure.
Could you please clarify what you did with 7.1?
7. Is that the one with the money storage? Okay. Oh, I can bring it up to him.